Well, good morning, everybody. Can everybody hear me just before we start?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. So, it's gone 10, so let's make a start to today's proceedings. My name's Alistair Edwards. I'm a reporter working with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, DPA. I've been appointed with other reporters to carry out an examination of the proposed Inner Moray Firth Local Development Plan 2. This is the first of two planned hearing sessions. The other on housing matters is set for September with my colleague Alison Kirkwood leading. Now, before I make any further introductory remarks, I'll ask the parties that are participating to introduce themselves and your teams each in turn. That will give us a chance to make sure that the mics are working and that everyone can hear everyone else. So firstly, to the council, Mr. Stott.
Thank you. On behalf of the council, Tim Stott and Lynn Mackay.
Okay, and for Pritchett Planning?
Hi, I'm Phil Pritchett, Pritchett Planning Consultancy. I'm acting on behalf of both Aberdeen and Tesco.
And for Burnett Planning and Development?
Good morning. Yeah, Colin Burnett from Burnett Planning and Development, representing Hercules Unit Trust.
And finally, on behalf of Hazeldene?
Sorry, Brian, you go.
No, ladies first, and then you go.
Morning, I'm Hannah Monroe from Charlie Planning. I'm here with Brian Clark.
I'm Brian Clark from Hart Lane, representing Hazeldene.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for all that. Seems like everything's working well. Right, this hearing is being broadcast live on the internet for the public to follow. It'll also be recorded and stored as part of the DPA webcast archive and will be capable of repeated viewing. So by participating in this virtual session, participants are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings and any information pertaining to them contained in those webcasting and training purposes for historical record. Now, if you need any further details on that, you can find that on our privacy notice, which is on the DPA part of the Scottish Government website. Now, just in turn, can I just check that all those participating, you're content with being filmed today? Just by a raise of hands, it's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, there's a couple of reminders to you all. If you can mute your microphones, which you're doing pretty well so far when you aren't speaking, and remember to switch them on when you are, that helps reduce any feedback. Now, if you need to attract my attention for anything during proceedings, then please raise your hand. You can either use the raise hand icon or you can physically raise your hand and I'll try and notice you. All matters should be raised through me in the first instance. I'll be chairing this, writing, asking questions and listening at the same time. So if I do miss you, I apologise. Please persist in attracting my attention and I'm sure that I'll see to you in due course. Rest assured that each party will have the opportunity to address the issues in turn and to comment on the points made by others. It's acceptable for you to have other communication devices on you, but if you could keep those on silent, that would be appreciated. Can I remind you all to be courteous and respectful to one another? You'll probably hear views and things that you don't agree with, but I need to hear all the points of views, and I want everybody to have the chance to express their views and their intentions. Is anyone expecting a fire drill or test today? No, okay. Well, if you need to vacate the building for any reason, then just do so. Don't hesitate or tell us. We'll continue if it's an appropriate moment to do so. And if you can get in touch with DPA when it's safe to do so, so we understand whether or not to continue with the hearing, that would be appreciated. Now, Today's hearing session will be covering unresolved matters concerning retail and separately the use of development briefs. Parties have already responded in writing to a series of questions in these matters, which constitutes your hearing statements for the purposes of today's sessions. An agenda was circulated a week ago. Can I just check that all of you have a copy of that? Yes, Mr. Clark, yep, brilliant. We'll follow the format in the agenda, dealing with the questions it asks. I'll invite one party to begin, sometimes the council, but other times it will be other parties. I'll then invite other participants to comment, and I'll return to parties' understanding to ensure that their views and initial positions are understood. I'm hoping to adopt a fairly brisk approach in the interests of avoiding repetition. I'm content for you to state that you agree with various points made by other parties, if you do, and then focus on points you wish to add and/or dispute. That should help the efficient running of the process. Please know that I've read all of the submissions and I have them all before me. The main purpose of this hearing session is to make sure that I understand the positions of each participant and the matters of dispute. I may have questions as we go through, so I may interrupt you to clarify something, or I may have further supplementary questions. Please remember the primary focus of the hearing is for me to understand the unresolved matters. It's not a tit for tat or arguing for the sake of it. I appreciate that some matters today are interrelated. However, if I think we're deviating from the matter at hand, I'll bring you back. This will be particularly so if we start covering matters that are further on the agenda. Once we've reached a natural conclusion on each matter, I'll invite the council to make any closing remarks. Now, we'll try and take some regular screen breaks, perhaps each hour or so, depending on where we are. We'll then try and break for lunch around 12:30, and I'll evaluate where we are in the run-up to 12:30, and we can decide to stay on and conclude matters if we're in an advanced point in the agenda, but I'll take soundings at that point, depending on where we are. If we need to use the afternoon, then I aim to reconvene around 1:30. If little progress has been made in the morning, I may look to shorten the lunch break and start earlier than 1:30, or extend the afternoon beyond 4 p.m. if necessary. And again, I'll take soundings from you on that as we go through. Now, does everybody understand what's going on and what's going to happen today? Are there any procedural questions? No, okay. Well, in that case, we'll just proceed through the agenda, and we'll start with matter 1, which is the identification of a retail hierarchy. Now, following the agenda, do parties agree that the policy principles contained within MPF 4 should apply to the proposed plan when it's adopted? And I'm going to ask the council to answer that first, and then we'll open it up to everyone else.
Thank you, sir. Yes, is the answer, I think, from our side at least. This is all the detail of our answer set out in our written case on the 20th of July. We also note the Chief Planner's 19th of July decision on the West Colbert West Lothian planning application appeal case, in which Fiona Simpson concluded that all parts of MPF 4 were to be applied from the date it was adopted. Therefore, I think you'll have seen already, so the council's written case sets out its position and a fallback if you agree with the Chief Planner's position that all parts of MPF 4 actually apply now. The council's case is that the operative provisions of the 2019 Act and those parts of MPF 4 that don't rely wholly or largely upon a new style LDP should apply to old style LDPs. And one of those key principles that's throughout MPF 4 is that LDPs and councils should promote a future pattern of land use that will encourage modal shift and therefore reduce emissions and help address climate change. And also as well, that I think contained within MPF 4 is that the government target to have a 20% reduction in car kilometres by 2030. So the short answer, sir, is yes.
Okay, I'll open that up to anybody else. Does anybody else have any comments about the application of MPF4 to this examination? No? Okay. Second question is related. So as it's part of the statutory development plan, the proposed plan, when it's adopted, should that not aim to be consistent with MPF4? I think, Mr. Stott, you've pretty much agreed with that. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. As I say, however, the council would say that the as long as those provisions are wholly or largely dependent, those provisions not being wholly or largely dependent upon a new style LDP. So as I say, we don't think an old style LDP should have to be compliant with those parts of MPF4 that are wholly or largely dependent upon new style LDP.
Okay, do you mind describing that in a bit more detail? I'm trying to understand what are you saying that an old style LDP, what's the context for so the proposed plan, are you defining that as an old style LDP?
Yes.
Yes. And so are you saying that parts of MPF4 don't apply to an old style LDP?
Yeah, well, not in particular in terms of the policies 27 and 28, which are the main ones that we're concerned with. There are several other parts of MPF4 which are difficult to apply because they are, as I say, they are wholly or largely dependent upon future work that hasn't been done, and for them to be applied, they depend upon the new style LDP being done. But as I say, I mean, the only aspect I think that affects this particular hearing is the 20-minute neighbourhood concept, which I see that's another item on the agenda, and yeah, how the 20-minute neighbourhood principle or concept is going to work in practice, that's going to have to be worked through, I think, with the new style LDP. So I think it is difficult to apply that principle now.
Okay, I mean that there's a transition here. We're going to be a bit fluid today. So that leads us almost to the Chief Planner's letter in a sense that through this examination, should I find that there's any inconsistency, then it's within the remit of this examination to try and resolve that. Is that correct?
Yes, definitely. And as I say, so certainly the council's view is that the policy principles boxes, that every section of MPF4 has a policy principles box with contained within it the policy intent and the outcomes. And certainly the council's view is that those should apply now.
Thank you. Do any other parties have any comments on the fact that MPF4 is now a statutory part of the development plan and/or the Chief Planner's letter? Yes, Mr. Burnett.
Yeah, I would just say if we moved on to question 3, your question was should inconsistency should be addressed through the examinations where possible. Just looking at the wording, I think it's got lower expectations than that. The Chief Planner's letter says there may be opportunities to reconcile inconsistencies, rather than saying that they should be addressed. So I think the Chief Planner's letter is identifying clear limitations and expectations there when there are inconsistencies.
Noted. I'll come back and as I say, if you've got anything you want to say, you can put your hand up, and I'll come back to the council at the very end of each matter just to check that you have no closing submissions. Now, does the plan, that's the proposed plan, provide a binary approach to retail hierarchy? In other words, town centres and elsewhere?
The council has taken such an approach, but only in terms of identifying centres that need and merit protection and not identifying the ones that don't. We've also, again, as explained in detail within the council's written case, we've allocated retail component sites in locations where we think modal shift benefits are most likely to occur. Again, as in our written case, MPF4 does not require the identification of a retail hierarchy. MPF4 does not contain that phrase. MPF4 does require the identification of a network of centres, city, town and local centres that should be protected and to within which, in the first instance, significant footfall generating development should be directed. And the plan puts this into practice by identifying a network of 8 city, town and large village centres. MPF4, the council would argue, also requires these centres to be in locations that will reduce the reliance on private car travel.
Apologies, I'm typing away as we go so that I've got a record of this. Yes, Mr. Burnett.
Yeah, I would say that it very much does provide a binary approach. Proposed plan, paragraph 69, identifies the town centres. That's the basis for the sequential test. Everything else is out of centre. So you're either in or you're out. So it's not a town centres first policy. In my view, it's a town centres only policy.
Mr. Stott, anything to say to that?
Well, I suppose you could argue under the terms of MPF4 that there would be within centre, edge of centre and out of centre. So it isn't 2, it's 3 at least.
Yes, Mr. Burnett.
Yeah, all I'd say in response to that is it's a massive departure from the long established pattern of centres in Inverness, where there's been city centre, town centre, commercial centre, local centre. So that's what I was getting at when it's town centre only. Everything else is subject to the sequential test. There's no nuance to it. There's no opportunity to give preference to commercial centres over an unsustainable out of centre location, for example.
Sorry, we're going to jump around here a bit. Is that right? Does proposed policy 6 not give some form of support to centres or locations which are more sustainable than others? So there's an embedded type of hierarchy within the policy.
Are you're asking the council, sir?
I was going back to Mr. Burnett, actually, just because of his point about being a less sustainable location.
Yeah, so as I read policy 6, effectively, if you're looking at the sequential test, you've got the identified town centres, then you've got edge of centre locations, and everything else is out of centre. So you're not able to make any balanced judgment, I don't think, in terms of preference. At the moment, the way it's set up is that the commercial centres are obviously preferable to out of centre. I think that's a logical position. It's why commercial centres were identified in the first place. And I think it's a real sort of loss to sustainable planning to not keep that distinction effectively. I'm not sure that going forward, if my client site is not a commercial centre, and there's an application in our site and there's an application out of centre, it's not clear to me that the council can really properly take account of sustainability benefits in comparing the 2 applications and giving the clear preference to the commercial centre that would happen under existing policy.
just going back to my point though, if you look at policy 6, I don't know if you've got that in front of you, and the first block, the first paragraph, the last sentence talks about other locations will be considered where they're easily accessible by choice of sustainable transport modes. And there's an overriding economic and community benefit. So does that sentence allow for a further discussion in terms of whether a site that's out of centre is more favourable than another?
I think it probably does in a general sense, but it's far better, in my view, to have a sort of positive planned pattern of centres, so you don't need to make that judgment. It's obvious that the commercial centres are more sustainable in out of centre locations as things stand, and I don't think it's beneficial that that's being diluted.
Thank you. Mr. Pritchard, I'm just going to come to you in a second, but to the council, just could you come back on that? Is that correct? Are the commercial centres inherently more sustainable than other locations?
In our view, no, sir. Well, sorry, we have allocated, as I say, it's not just the identification of city, town and large village centres that we've done within the plan. We've also allocated an awful lot of sites with a retail component as well. So we would argue that we've identified additional locations, outward centres that have good public transport and active travel links, but often they are new areas as well, where from the outset they can be designed to have good active travel and public transport links as well. So our view is that some, not all. So using the example of Tesco at Dawes Road, we've accepted that should be allocated and include a resale component to it. So we're not identifying all of these areas, but we think particular retail parks are not designed in such a way, and again, this is a different item on the agenda, but we don't think the owners or the operators within those centres are open to improving their active travel connections, their public transport links as well. So there are particular retail parks that we don't think are in more sustainable locations than other outer centre sites. Sorry, the one advantage that they do have is that they're obviously a brownfield site. So the council's written case has gone into an awful lot of detail on where we have been supportive of conversions and extra floor space within these existing retail parks. So yeah, we do recognise that obviously a reuse of an empty building is a good thing. The subdivision is as well. All of these would tick the right boxes, but for large new build development, then we don't think within the existing retail parks, perhaps certainly to make the existing retail parks bigger with new build development, we don't think that has any active travel benefit or improved public transport link gain either. I.e., in terms of the the number of car kilometres drive that we have to drive, if you like, it's not going to help to address climate change.
Thank you. Right, Mr. Pritchard, you've been waiting a while, so I'll let you come in, and then I'll come to yourself, Mr. Burnett.
Tim said that in terms of his approach in this development plan, it is a hierarchical approach where you have 3 items in the approach, which is the town centre, edge of centre, and then out of centre. I agree with Colin in that what that misses out, therefore, when you are trying to assess, and as we do as practitioners, if you're trying to advise a client where can they legitimately seek to locate a commercial development, what that approach does is it means that all sites outside the designated town centre are equal And that goes back to MPPG 8, 1998, where all out of centre sites were dealt with equally, and then in those days accessibility by other forms of transport came in. My worry in this approach is that any developer could come along with any site and argue that they are on a bus route or a walking route on a street corner, and you could legitimately have developments springing up all over Inverness and other towns unrelated to existing, whatever you want to call them, commercial areas, neighbourhood centres. And it seems illogical that where this council, as I've submitted for the last 20 plus years, has positively identified centres, what is actually wrong with continuing to identify the centres that the council's positively planned for in those areas where it decided it wanted to focus growth and commercial activity, and therefore buses and active travel focused on those centres. And this plan now wants to delete them. It just doesn't appear to me to be logical. And in answer to the questions about MPF4, it seems quite straightforward to continue to identify a network of centres which already exist. They exist now. So we'll just continue to identify them. It's quite straightforward.
Thank you. Once you're done, if you pop your hand back down again, so you have to touch the hand button again. Thank you. Just one small point now. We're not together in a room, and the use of screens makes it slightly less formal, but I'd still appreciate if we could call each other by our surnames, or sir or ma'am, rather than our first names, just to keep that premise of this being a formal process. Thank you. Mr. Burnett. You're on mute.
There we go. Yeah, I agree with everything Mr. Pritchett just said. The one thing I'm not clear about is Mr. Stott said there are the identified 10 centres under paragraph 69 in the plan, but there are other allocations, I think he said, that are considered to be sustainable. But what's the status of those in the sequential test? You know, if I'm going to be dismissed into the wilderness of out of centre and I'm doing the sequential test, what am I supposed to do? I mean, it's coming back to Mr. Pritchett's point. Are we just looking at everywhere? I mean, where is it targeted? And my other point is we've taken a quantum leap since the 2015 plan was adopted, when that examination the council was promoting the commercial centres as district centres, obviously identifying their sustainability. That was only changed by the reporter at the examination, but in 8 years I just find no justification for this change in the council's position.
We have a question later on, I think it's 13A, about sites that are allocated for significant footfall. Is your question wider than that, Mr. Burnett? Is it to do with any retail allocation, any retail proposal?
Well, the sequential test will be applied to significant footfall generating development. So my question is, in the context of the sequential test, am I just looking at, and this is presupposing you do delete commercial centres, if my client site becomes an out of centre location, how do I apply the sequential test? Am I just looking at the para 69 policy 6 town centres and edge of those? Or is Mr. Stott saying we have to look at all allocated sites as well?
Okay, Mr. Stott, do you have an answer to that just now?
Yes, yeah. I mean, I again, I mentioned the three within identified centres, edge centres, and out of centre. We would say that the there's maybe a fourth part there that we would also seek to direct retail development to the allocations within the plan that have a retail as one of the acceptable uses. So yeah, they would. So I mean, just to use an example, Lidl recently withdrew an application for the Drakey's buffer area, allocation INS 15 in the plan, so just to the west of the Inches retail park, and the council are seeking to persuade them. We talked to their agent, and we were seeking to persuade them to go to the Culloden area. Their agent said that they just follow Aldi, that they just wanted to go next to Aldi, which is why they were looking at the Drakey's buffer area site, and Mr. Pritchett was trying to entice them to the Delaventure site as well. But I mean, our view is that we should seek to direct new retail development to where it can do most good, where, as I say, the future travel patterns are going to be shorter. There will be public transport options. There will be walk-in options as well. So yeah, the east side of Inverness isn't very well served in terms of local food convenience provision at the moment. There's been planning permissions granted on the Barnchurch Road, which is on the east side. So yeah, it would basically, we are trying through the town centre first approach, the edge centre, and allocations to direct future retail and other footfall generating development. It isn't just about retail. We're trying to direct that to locations which will be closer to the people that that development will or could serve. So as I say, that's why, for example, within the eastern part of Inverness, we have planning permissions, live planning permissions, and we have allocated sites for retail development on that side. It's all about, in our view, so at least the having a pattern of land use that will promote less reliance on the private car.
I'll invite others in a second. I just need clarification on 2.1. I'm not sure the relevance of talking about Lidl and allocation INS 15 and Aldi. I think that's beyond what we're talking about just now. The second point is, Mr. Stott, could you direct me? Can you direct me to within Policy 6 or indeed the Highland-wide local development plan where it says that allocated sites have a preference to other sites?
It doesn't serve. So yeah, we you'll be aware from our written case that we don't think Policy 6 should be retained within the plan. That's the council's view. But yeah, no, we believe that a positive allocation where it's obvious that retail is one of the acceptable list of uses within that site. That's, to us, it's fairly clear. I mean, we could, and again, in the council's written case, we talk about if we delete Policy 6 having a cross-reference, you know, we obviously need to cross-refer to the 8 city, town, and large village red line boundaries identified on the settlement maps. So we need a cross-reference somewhere in that plan, and that cross-reference could also refer to the other allocations contained within the plan that have a retail component.
I'm going to push on this slightly because obviously at this stage in an examination, at this stage of plan preparation, for me to make such changes to the plan would require quite a bit of evidence on my behalf. Could you show me or point to me in where in MPF 4 there's a preference for allocated sites?
I'm not sure it's a preference, sir. It's certainly policy 28 and including the issue of commercial centres. Sorry, policy 27 on commercial centres. It does ask for places that are suitable to be allocated in the plan.
Yes, I'm just looking here to see where it says that beyond centres, there's a preference for allocated sites that are out of centre.
Well, sorry, I'm just using the example of policy 28A Roman numeral 2. And as I say, that this is in respect of commercial centres, if they are allocated. So putting a commercial centre boundary is not a zoned site. I think there's a difference here between a commercial centre boundary or a town centre boundary. That isn't an allocated or a zoned site. So the policy 28A Roman numeral 2 is seeking local councils to allocate sites that are suitable for retail development. I'd say that certainly in terms of Tesco at Dawes Road, which is one of the Mr. Pritchard's proposed commercial centres, that is what in that particular Schedule 4 the council's suggested that be done. So, i.e., that would be a positive allocation, if you like. It's really a case of whether you have a commercial centre boundary, a wider boundary, or you allocate it. So what the council's done is if we think it's a suitable site in public transport and active travel terms, we've actually zoned it. It's an allocated site. And elsewhere in our written case, so you'll see that we don't see the point of having both a commercial centre boundary and an allocated site. Two boundaries to fulfil the same purpose on the same piece of land. So the council's view is that we think MPF 4, where we think it wants us to be more exact on where we think future retail development should go, and it wants us to allocate for that.
Okay, let's just break it down. So obviously MPF 4 is part of the statutory development plan. As you're aware, if and when the proposed plan is adopted, in terms of the Act, there's any inconsistency between two parts of the development plan or three parts of the development plan, the latter takes precedence. So if the proposed plan, when adopted, has text in it that refers to MPF 4, but then adds on about preference or having an additional tier for allocated sites, that would take precedence. So I'm trying to understand if there's an inconsistency with MPF 4 for allocated sites. And you've talked a lot, Mr. Stott, about commercial centres. I'm not asking about those at the minute. You seem to be saying that there's allocations beyond those for retail. I'm trying to understand, where are they given preference in MPF 4, or are they not? I mean, it's fine if they're not. I just need to understand that. Sorry, you're muted again.
Sorry, there's certainly policy 28C in terms of small scale neighbourhood retail development. That's if you like an extra tier, and certainly quite a few of there are several small scale neighbourhood allocations within the plan as well. So I think MPF 4 does allow the identification of other sites suitable for retail development.
Sorry, let's come on to this. So is there any suggestion of amending policy 6 to refer to these allocated sites, or do you think it's fine as it stands?
Well, as I say, that the council's position is that you recommend the deletion of the whole of policy 6. We don't think it adds any value to the policies 27 and 8 and other MPF4 policies that overlap this issue. So yeah, the council's case is to delete policy 6. So we think the MPF4 as adopted, plus we don't believe that the allocations are incompatible with MPF4. MPF4 doesn't say that you can't have other allocations with centres with a retail component.
Okay, and just one small question, and then I'll open it up to everyone else. I think you said, and forgive me if I'm wrong here, that commercial centres don't need to be allocated to get preference through MPF4 policy 28. Did I read that correctly?
Sorry, I don't believe I said that. Our point is that the existing commercial centres that we haven't allocated, that they don't need any protection. So yeah, we don't believe that they merit any additional protection over other outer centre sites. That's the except as I say, if there had been again, this is a different item on the agenda, but if the owners had been prepared to improve the active travel connections, the public transport connections, the layout, the building designs of these centres, then yeah, we would have been more positive within the plan in putting an allocation on these sites. And I suppose it is one option open to you, sir, if you agree with Mr. Burnett, Mr. Pritchard, that these should be included in the plan, then maybe include them plan and make any future retail development within them dependent upon active travel, public transport improvements, place making improvements as well. I mean, that's, as I say, that I think the council would be prepared to accept that if you really feel that these particular retail parks are better than other out of centre sites, then they could be allocated. And I think it's the council has more control if it's if these sites or land areas are zoned. So we would want to have to make future development within these centres dependent upon active travel, public transport improvements, place making improvements as well. So I suppose that is one option open to you. And I think one of the other items on the agenda is how can we deal with this issue. So yeah, I think that would be an option. But as I say, in the current position, the active travel connectivity of these particular retail parks, we don't want to identify a poor place. The place making's poor. There's been no appetite from the landowners and developers to improve them. So I'd say that we don't think there's a positive benefit of them being identified in the plan at the moment.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to that. Just for my own understanding then, for policy 28A2, which we'll come back to, are you saying that a commercial centre has to be identified in the plan for that to apply, or can there just be an understanding that an area is a commercial centre for that policy to apply?
Well, no. So my reading of policy 28A Roman numeral 2 is if they are allocated. I mean, that's to me implies that they should be zoned. It should be a individual allocation. If we all think that these are good places to which to direct future retail development, then we should be, the council's view is that they should be zoned. And as I say, there should be a list of developer requirements attached to that allocation that better controls what happens there.
Right, thank you very much. Purely because you have two hands up, Mr. Burnett, I'm going to come to you next.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot there that I'm going to try and get through. I can't see that NPF4 does anything other than say you define a network of centres. That's the basis of your sequential test. It doesn't say you can randomly select allocations and these need to be given preference. It definitely doesn't say that. I'm not sure that these allocations have been properly sequentially tested. I mean, where's the evidence base before this examination to allow us to see that they've got any basis of being sequentially preferable? I'd just like to go to matter 3, question 3A as well. The council's response, when you ask the question, what does this mean for the Inverness retail parks? The council's response says it means that the proposal couldn't be accommodated within or adjacent to Inverness city centre. It doesn't say or allocated sites or anything else. It clearly says the sequential test for the retail parks is related to the city centre, which incidentally is exactly how the existing policy works. So there's an obvious confusion and contradiction there, I think. In terms of zoning the commercial centres, well, they're already zoned. They're identified as commercial centres in the plan. That's just obviously the way to zone them. But coming up with some criteria on the hoof effectively that says that development within them will only be acceptable if certain sustainability measures are implemented. I just don't see how that can suddenly be brought forward now on the basis that there is a development brief for East Inverness, for example, that identifies sustainability improvements and identifies the need for improved links to West Seafield Retail Park, but it doesn't identify any requirement for active travel improvements within the retail park at all. So I don't think, I'm absolutely all for, obviously, the commercial centres being retained. And maybe we'll come on to this later, but I don't see the sudden justification for a policy imposition of certain active travel improvements. I simply don't think the council's got the evidence before this examination to require that.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. If you wouldn't mind just unclicking your hand. Thank you. Now, Mr. Pritchard.
I think there's probably a lot of points, but two main points. I don't really follow what Mr. Stott is saying in terms of allocations. I think there are two different things. Is the council is fully within its rights to allocate retail sites if it wants to, and in the old days, lots of councils allocated supermarket sites because they thought that's where the market wanted them. I think we're talking about two different things, though. What my objections have been about are about existing centres which are functioning, have been invested in, are operating with retailers and people working there and actively functioning now, which I know Mr. Stott says they're not worthy of protection. I think they are worthy of protection because they've been protected and they've been promoted and they are already part of the hierarchy. I think what Mr. Stott was saying is they would be deleted from the hierarchy, and then in some way these other sites, which as Mr. Burnett says, I haven't seen any testing of of their active travel or sustainability, or why they have been allocated for any form of commercial development, they would, as it were, seemingly jump up. Talks about an extension to Inches Retail Park being coordinated with strategic road improvements, which again is a council proposal. The initial council proposal had a number of dedicated bus lanes in that proposal, which the council has deleted. So the council no longer has active travel as part of their road improvements around Inches, whereas what Mr. Stott seems to be saying is, unless a developer comes up with an active travel proposal, it wouldn't necessarily be supported. But a developer isn't necessarily in complete control of whether active travel happens or doesn't happen. And I think it would be unfair, really, on existing centre investors and potential developers in these centres to be bound by, as it were, a controlling mechanism of whether they could or couldn't get consent based on active travel, which they may not be able to promote because of the council's own activities. So I think I would err on the side of caution of adding in too much complexity to what should or shouldn't happen in existing commercial centres. My representations are just identify them, they're there, they exist, and therefore, as Mr. Stott says, MPF 4, 27 and 28 allows them to then be assessed, but just identify them. That's my representation.
Thank you. Back to Mr. Burnett and then Mr. Stott.
Yeah, just to say I completely agree with what Mr. Pritchard just said, particularly regarding the point about the owners of the commercial centres not being in control of the land outside their boundaries. So it's difficult to see how they could directly implement active travel improvements. But what there is already in place in the brief for East Inverness, for example, is a provision that where active travel improvements are necessary to make an application acceptable, a transport contribution can be made towards those improvements. And there are numerous examples of applications that I've dealt with at West Seafield where exactly that has happened.
Mr. Stott.
Yes, so thank you. I just wanted to come back, if I may, on there's several points been made by Mr. Burnett, Mr. Pritchard. I just wanted to come back on some of them. I think it was Mr. Pritchard said there was lots of out of centre proposals. The council's provided evidence on this issue. The last eight years, there's only been 5 of 111 applications that were for new build. So yeah, there isn't a pent up need or demand for new build retail development. Certainly over the last eight years. So I don't think the existing retail parks are under as much threat as Mr. Pritchard claims. In terms of Mr. Burnett mentioned the sequential. He was concerned that for the allocations there hadn't been any sequential testing done of them. For most of the example, there's 2 large retail extant permissions at Barnchurch Road on the east side of Inverness, and just another example is Milton Leys, 4 units, neighbourhood centre retail units there. So, and again, Mr. Pritchard's other client, Tesco, has obviously got an extant planning permission for a district centre there as well. So, you know, there is the council isn't suddenly identifying these. These are, I think, almost all of the retail allocations rely upon an extant planning permission, and there was a thorough job to assess the impact and test whether other better sites were available before those permissions were granted. sorry, finally, so in terms of Mr. Pritchard mentioned the inches corridor scheme. Again, this is our in our written case, but the inches corridor scheme does deliver net improvement in terms of active travel links across the B9006. So Mr. Pritchard's implying that the inches corridor scheme is going to make it worse than it is now. It's definitely not. It will make it better.
Okay, I didn't take that from Mr. Pritchard's response. I think it was more to do with the fact that some services were out with their control and controlled by the council in terms of what they could do. And then Mr. Burnett was saying that out with retail centres, it's harder to do something for active travel other than with developer contributions. Could I just pick you up on one point, Mr. Stott? You said you're talking about historical retail build and new build in particular. Is that a fair indication of what might happen in the future?
I mean, I don't think we know, do we? But yeah, there's certainly the again, in the council's written case, the trend is towards online shopping. I was amazed recently. I tried to buy a new freezer, and it's not possible to put one in the back of your car. The Inverness retail warehouse developments don't. They will show you the type of items that you can order, and then you basically do an online order, and the Glasgow or Edinburgh depot brings it up for you. So therefore, I don't think there's again a pent-up demand for additional bulky goods stores that can't be accommodated within the existing industrial units and conversions and extra floor space within the existing retail park. So yeah, I don't. And again, sorry, it's going back to the point you made, sir, about the policy 28A Roman numeral 2. That commercial centres component there. It does talk about new retail development. So I mean, you could argue that that's a new build. I think so. Yeah, I don't think that, certainly over the last 8 years, I think we can evidence or have evidenced that there is not a pent up demand for new build retail development. So that's the council's case on that issue, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to come back to studies and research later on as a supplementary question, but Mr. Burnett, you're next on my list to come back.
Thank you. Yeah, my first point is maybe one for later then, because I was just going to say that there is no retail study, and policy 28, NPF4 policy 28 anticipates that retail needs would be based on some evidence. So Mr. Stott's understanding of past and future trends is all very well, but there should be an evidence base supporting this plan, and there isn't. And that's one of the problems I've got with this dismantling of the hierarchy. He also said that I think misunderstands why certainly I'm wanting the commercial centres to continue to be identified. It's not so that they can be protected from out of centre. It's so that we can just continue with the logical position at the moment where they're given sequential preference. And as I said, I don't think the council are disagreeing with me on that, because they've said in their answers to your questions that the city centre would be the only sequentially preferable location. The point about the allocations and applications having been tested, well, that's in the context of an individual application. It's not a sort of strategic assessment of where retail and significant footfall generating needs should properly be met. And also none of that specific application evidence is before the examination. So I'm not sure how you can make a judgment on that. And then finally, the policy 28 point about whether it's just about new retail development. Policy 28 talks about including expansions and changes of use. It seems to me that policy 27 and 28 are not just talking about new development, they're basically talking about anything that would constitute significant footfall generating uses. So it's mezzanine floors, it's minor extensions to existing retail units, it's changes of use. Some of which actually, as we'll get onto later, Mr. Stott says he definitely wants to approve in the commercial centres.
Thank you. Mr. Pritchett.
A couple of things. Mr. Stott is saying that they have got allocated sites where planning permissions exist, but it seems to me as though the council, and I don't know how they've granted these consents or what they did. Mr. Stott said they've all been dealt with through the normal development management procedures. But I'd like it just to be noted, the council also refused planning permission recently for a planning application on a consented site. So at Delavinches, so the council is making its own mind up where it wants to grant consents and where it doesn't. I think the purpose of the development plan is so that there is a proper and full assessment and policy guidance as to where these planning applications should be directed towards and how they should therefore be dealt with. And I think myself and Mr. Burnett are in the same position, is that our clients have invested heavily in centres for many, many years, invested and developed, but it appears now that the council wants to do away with that and grant consents where it feels it wants to grant consents for. I don't see how that fits in with MPF 4. I also feel, and I feel quite strongly about this, Mr. Stott is talking about anecdotal evidence of how he and others may go shopping. We have provided evidence, and I think Mr. Burnett's clients have provided evidence for many years, in that forward planning has to be based on evidence, on properly assessed studies and assessments of retail needs. My submissions have said, and I don't think anybody's disagreeing with this, Inverness continues to grow massively, and I don't think there's been a retail study undertaken since something like 2011 or earlier. I don't think that's any way to make wholesale changes to a retail section of the development plan and to delete long-term centres that have been invested in for many years. So I think we'll come on to it, but an assessment of retail needs has to be done on more than just hearsay and anecdotal evidence.
Right. Now we've covered a lot. Mr. Stott, do you have anything else that you'd like to say at this juncture?
No, sir. I think we've covered it. So, Mr. Burnett's just then was saying about he didn't want Inverness Retail Park to be protected, I think was the phrase he used, which I thought was unusual, but then said, but they want it to be given sequential preference over other outer centre sites. I just can't see how you square those two things. If you give it a sequential preference, it is getting protection.
Yeah. So if I can just come back on that. My point is that the commercial centres don't need to have town centre status. They just need to be given some preference over out of centre locations. It's, I mean, it's maybe not much of a point, but it's just coming back to the sort of sequential preference, really. As we'll come on to later, my submission isn't that the solution to all of this necessarily means that the commercial centres have to be allocated as local centres. I think there's a way that we can do this that just basically maintains the status quo. So yeah, just to clarify, my point is just one of the commercial centres should have sequential preference over out of centre to the extent that that gives them protection.
I mean, I've taken a bit from this, that from yourself, Mr. Burnett and Mr. Pritchard, there's a concern of investment and a history of investment in these sites, which you now perceive as being removed. Is that correct? Yes, Mr. Burnett.
Yeah, that very much is the case. I mean, I've been acting on this West Seafield Retail Park for many years, and we've always had a good working relationship with the council. Actually, there haven't been many controversial proposals. So when the proposed plan came out and suddenly we were in a different policy context altogether, it was a surprise, to say the least. I really didn't see it coming, to be honest, based on how decisions had been made prior to that point.
Yeah, I'm going to ask a question later on about retail studies and the main issues report and its alternatives, that it presented to parties in terms of policy 6 and as you say, this approach, Mr. Burnett. On that, I think it would be good for me to understand what the council feels the future entails for retail parks around Inverness, with the implementation of policy 6, or indeed if it's deleted. What is the future for them in the council's mind?
Well, as I say, we have identified, allocated certain retail parks. So we are supportive of additional development within some of the retail parks. Well, say if you agree that Dawes Road Tesco is a retail park, it's obviously one within the city centre at Rose Street as well. So we are positively allocating for a future, if you like, for particular retail parks where we think, again, coming back to the travel argument, the pattern, a future pattern of land use that promotes modal shift in travel patterns, where we think there's, and as I say, where the landowners and the operators are joining us in making that change, then there's a positive allocation in the plan for those particular commercial centres or retail parks. Where we think there's an inherent problem, in particular at Inches, I'd have to say, where there's it's a very, very congested part of the road network, sir. So we don't think, and sorry, that this is maybe the crux of all of this. And it was interesting to hear what Mr. Burnett just said about they're not looking for Inverness Retail Park to be identified as a local centre, so they're not looking for an edge of centre expansion, if you like. Whereas Mr. Pritchard's written case is very, very different on that point. So yes, we've basically are supportive of a positive future for retail parks where they are in locations that are going to promote modal shift in terms of travel. And so I think we've been fairly clear in where those are. Where the expansion of these centres, certainly in terms of new build development, is a problem for us, or we don't think it's going to promote we don't think it's going to promote less reliance on private car travel, then we haven't identified a positive future for them. However, I mean, in terms of the decisions that I've given as evidence, I mean, you can see that we haven't refused. Well, there's only, I think, Mr. Pritchard's proposals at Dale of Inches are maybe the only ones that have been refused, and there was a hot food takeaway conversion in Hilton, I think, that we refused as well. But the council doesn't have a track record of refusing over the last 8 years of refusing planning application. So I mean, if again, I see Mr. Burnett's hand's gone up, but yeah, I mean, in response to Mr. Burnett's point, if he wants us to have some sort of policy, if it is policy 6 is to be contained, that we make it obvious that we're going to support future subdivisions and conversions within existing retail parks, then I think the council would be happy to concede that point. It's the new build element that causes the council a concern. So yeah, if you wanted to the council to make a more formal support for all the decisions that we made over the last 8 years about being the plan, making clear that we offer positive support for these subdivisions and conversions. And as I say, the council will be happy to do that. But as I say, it's the new build element that causes us concern. Obviously, there's net additional floor space, which is more likely to have increased car trips and all that as well. So.
Okay, so my understanding in a nutshell is the policy provision now is you're directing significant footfall generating development to the city centre, the edge of that centre and out with. There's allocations within the inner Moray Firth area, and those may or may not be preferable. And beyond that, you're looking at extant planning permission on existing retail parks. You would be favourable to mezzanine subdivision within those retail parks. But beyond that, those centres, other than those that you've identified for modal shift and active travel, they're now on their own in a sense. They can rely on what they have built and they can rely on their extant permission. But beyond that, they would have to go through the sequential approach. Is that Mr. Stott? Have I got that correct?
Yes, definitely.
Right, Mr. Burnett.
Yeah, just very briefly, I'd just say that's exactly what happened under the existing policy. So I just, again, don't see why this has all been turned on its head, but we can come back to that later. I do have a suggestion to Mr. Stott's point about how this might be dealt with. I'd also just say, whilst I'm not necessarily promoting a local centre designation, obviously I'm not against it as well. So I'd just like to reserve my position and discuss that later.
Time will go. As you can tell now, we've had quite a discussion. I don't want you to forget your point, Mr. Burnett. So if you have a suggestion, why not make it now?
Okay.
And then we'll have time to think over it on the break, and the council will have time to respond to it. Okay,
so I think the only slight difference between my position and Mr. Pritchett's position today is that his submissions are requiring or requesting a local centre designation of inches. I've got no problem with that in principle, but subject to a fundamental point, which is inches can't be given local centre status on its own, because that would then give it sequential preference over West Seafield. I don't think Mr. Pritchett's suggesting that would be the outcome, but it would be an unintended consequence if only inches was identified in that way. I think it's definitely beyond the scope of this examination for you to only identify inches for that reason. But if you found that there was merit in maintaining some support for the commercial centres by designating them as local centres, I have no problem with that, obviously, because it achieves my client's wish to remain part of the network of centres. But in terms of an alternative going forward, and bear with me on this because there's a few things to say, but essentially under adopted LDP policy 1 and SPP, which is now gone and was non-statutory, significant footfall generating development under 2,500 square metres gross didn't require town centre first assessment. So at West Seafield, for example, a number of applications for change of use and mezzanines have been approved, I think, as Mr. Stott has referred to. Significantly, in terms of this notion that the commercial centres are not sustainable, most of those applications have generated transport contributions towards active travel improvements. So by supporting or continuing to support development in the commercial centres, you can directly improve their sustainability. But I would just say on that point, sustainability is more than just active travel. It's about retaining occupancy levels in these centres. It's about diversifying their uses. So I'd just like to see the council take a slightly wider perspective on sustainability. And a clear marker down as well to say that I do not accept at all that West Seafield is unsustainable in any way. So back to the point, applications over 2,500 square metres gross have been subject to town centre first assessment, but on the city centre only. So that's recognising that the commercial centres are second tier in the hierarchy. And as I've said before, that seems to be a position that the council wish to continue. So sequential test, city centre only. There's then a differentiation being made here about significant net additional new build development within the commercial centres. That was the council's response to matter 3, question 3A. So that comes back to the point about new development over 2,500 square metres gets impact and sequentially tested against the city centre. Proposals under that threshold don't, and that's just what's happened since the existing plan was adopted. So I think one solution to all of this is firstly retain the commercial centre allocations or designations in the plan to get around or try and address this NPF4 allocation point that Mr. Stokes referred to. I mean, I don't think it's about allocations. I think it's about broader zoning. But in any event, you identify the commercial centres, you then allocate them as sites where subdivision redevelopment, conversion, mezzanine floor proposals will be supported, and you remove the need for NPF4 town centre first assessment for those types of proposals. And then you say, so that's effectively designating the use of the commercial centre. And then as a third part, you state that proposals involving net additional new build development over 2,500 square metres will require town centre first assessment in respect of the city centre. So you've got 3 parts there: designate the centres, specifically say that their allocation is for proposals up to 2,500 square metres for footfall generating uses, and then make a qualification to that as the third point to say the council will require assessment of proposals over 2,500. And that seems to me effectively just a continuation of what we've already got.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. And you're taking the 2,500 square metres from SPP.
Yeah, sorry, I should have said that exactly. That's how it's been applied. So in numerous applications that I've dealt with, mezzanine floors, change of use, etc., under 2,500 square metres, councillor satisfied. To Mr. Stott's point, effectively, that's just sort of maintaining the vitality and viability. The council, with reference to the SPP, have required assessments of impact and sequential test on the city centre only, with reference to that 2,500 square metre point. So that comes back again to this notion about allocations having sequential preference. That's never been part of the process. So I'd really like to stick to sequential test if it's needed at all, is in relation to 2,500 square metres and above new build, and it's on the city centre only.
Thank you. I mean, there's no, in the proposed plan in NPF4, there's no reference to square meterage when sequential approach is discussed. But is there any impediment to such a proposal going forward in the new plan?
No, I did consider that point, and it doesn't, unlike SPP, the NPF4 doesn't expressly mention 2,500 square metres. You're right, but equally, it doesn't say that local thresholds cannot be set. So I think it's perfectly sensible that NPF4 is interpreted in local context, and given the planning history that I've just talked about, 2,500 square metres is a sensible number.
To Mr. Pritchett before I come back to Mr. Stott. So Mr. Pritchett, we'll wrap this up. I think we'll just finish this item and then we'll take a break. So Mr. Pritchett and Mr. Stott, and then we'll take a break.
Okay. Just in response to Mr. Stott's point, he said that it's the new build that causes concern. I would just like it noted, and I've noted it in all my representations, is that there needs to be an assessment. You can't just say there is a concern when there's no assessment. Even when we were refused just recently on an extension to Dell of Inches, the assessments weren't counted. And even the reporter did not find that there was significant impact on the city centre. We've put in a lot of evidence where there is demand for new build, but it's not for me to sort of present that as a local plan issue. But I don't think it would be right and fair for this local plan process to suggest that new build retail development or commercial development anywhere in the city centre is not needed, because there is simply no evidence given by the council on that. If they want to do that, then they need to provide evidence. But I'm not saying it needs to be done in order to address the policy issues. If the policy issues are addressed, let those assessments take place during the normal development management procedures. In terms of what Mr. Burnett's saying, is I don't think at Inches for Tesco in Aberdeen or at Dawes Road, or even there's a Tesco at West Seafield, I think my clients are looking for equality. All of these centres were all identified for many, many years and should continue to be so. The unfortunate thing in NPF4 is its district centres have been done away with. A lot of these centres were designed and built as district centres, or could be district centres. I don't think I have a strong opinion as to whether they should be commercial centres or local centres. I think they all have different identities to them, but they need a status in the plans, all of them. Slackbury, Nestside, Inches, West Seafield, they should have status. And if it's commercial centre, it's commercial centre. So, and I think we'll come on to the other issues later.
Mr. Stott, do you have anything else to say at the moment?
Yeah, if I could come back, please, sir. Yeah, local centres again. I was slightly confused by what Mr. Pritchard just said. He doesn't really now he doesn't mind whether Inches Retail Park's identified as a local centre or a commercial centre. I mean, it's pretty crucial, and to his clients' gain if Inches Retail Park were to be identified as a local centre, because MPF4 allows for edge of local centres to be considered. So whereas MPF4 doesn't support edge of commercial centre sites, so I'm a bit surprised that Mr. Pritchard's not fussed whether it's a Inches Retail Park is a local centre or a commercial centre. But anyway, sorry, the council's view, sir, is that we would oppose Inches Retail Park or Inverness Retail Park being identified as local centres. If they have to be identified as commercial centres, then if that's your view, sir, then we would want, as I say, as much control as possible for the council in terms of the size of developments. Mr. Burnett was suggesting there that the policy, if it is to be one, of over 2,500 square metres would simply be subject to the town centre first assessment. We wouldn't want any commercial centre policy or part of a policy to give positive support to new build development within commercial centres. I think that, I'm sorry, I may have picked up Mr. Burnett wrongly in terms of what he said, but I don't think any amended policy 6 should express support for new build development within commercial centres. I don't, and Mr. Burnett wasn't clear on that either way, but he seems to be saying that the only control, if you like, would be that larger new build developments would have to go through a town centre first assessment, implying therefore that the policy would positive support for new build development within them. So yeah, the council's view is that there shouldn't be positive support for new build development within commercial centres. I don't think that the size threshold is vital, and the council's view is that we certainly don't think there should be. We certainly don't think the retail parks should also be identified as local centres, because, as I say, that triggers the MPF4 presumption in favour of edge of those local centres also being a good sites for retail development. And sorry, finally, Mr. Burnett's point about he wants us to widen the definition for the retail park. I mean, viability, commercial, having a commercially viable centre, that isn't mentioned in MPF4. It isn't the council's job to assess whether a retail park is commercially viable. It's not the council's job to ensure it is. So I don't think the council should broaden how it defines which centres merit protection and don't.
Thank you, Mr. Stott. I suppose there's a related question here to do with sustainability, and I think I was alluding to that with my question of what's the future for these retail parks? You've heard about vacancy levels and support for the centres and whether or not they're viable, and vacancy rates. What happens if those centres no longer are viable as a consequence of this policy? Is that something that you've thought about?
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, again, in our written case, we would be happy if the use mix was to be more diverse. You'll be aware elsewhere in terms of objections to the plan. There is a pent up demand for housing. There's a lot of house builders trying to land bank sites. They're desperate to land bank sites. And so, yeah, if as I say, if these commercial centres that we don't want to see new build retail development within, that acts as a nudge to the market, if you like, or for the owners of these sites to consider other land uses within them. The council would be more than happy if there was a more diverse use mix within these centres, be it housing or, for example, Mr. Burnett's clients applied for there was a planning application lodged to improve active travel improvements within the Inverness Retail Park, put a play area in, non-retail uses within that centre, but they've chosen not to take that forward. So, I think even retail park owners themselves have got an eye on the future, and then maybe over time they may have to, as you say, so there are vacant units within the retail parks as much as there are vacant units within the town centres as well. So yeah, I think the owners, I'm sure, do have an eye on whether it will be commercially viable to diversify the uses within their existing buildings.
Okay, I'm keen to wrap this section up. So we'll go to Mr. Pritchard, Mr. Burnett, and then we'll look to wrap this up for a quick break. Mr. Pritchard.
Okay, just very quickly, Mr. Stott very forcibly is saying that he doesn't think that the local plan can support new build development in the centres, and there shouldn't be positive support for that. I would just repeat, and I think it should come through in the notes of this, is there is no evidence on this. There is nothing wrong with having an assessment-based policy that says to the development market, if you come forward with a development, it will be assessed on the following criteria. I think it would be entirely wrong for a policy to state that there shall be no new development within a centre, because that almost gives more support for somebody coming forward with a potentially randomly located site somewhere else, which could be positively supported. I just think that is entirely the wrong way to go about it. I do understand Mr. Stott's issues, but they have to be based on evidence, and a criteria-based approach is a far more reasonable way of approaching these things to allow people to apply and then to be assessed properly, not to have an embargo policy to say no before you've even applied.
Thank you. Mr. Burnett.
Yeah, just I absolutely agree with all of that. There's absolutely no evidence that new build development is not sustainable in the commercial centres. And again, coming back to evidence, where's the evidence suddenly that 2,500 square metre threshold is not appropriate? It's quite a small scale threshold. I think it provides all the protections that the council will need in terms of that being the trigger for impact and sequential assessment on the city centre.
Okay, thank you to everybody. I'm very aware that Mr. Monroe and Mr. Clark, this may not be your area of interest, but is there anything that you'd like to add at this point?
No, I'm fine and happy to listen to the discussion.
And Ms. Monroe?
Yes, similar.
Ms. Mackay, I appreciate that Mr. Stott might be taking the lead today, but do you have anything to add at this moment?
Not just now, no.
No, okay. I mean, if anybody does have a say, I appreciate the minute that it's really 3 people speaking, but if you do have anything, please put your hand up and chip in. We've run a bit over what I was expecting. I think we got off to a flying start, and then we've covered a lot of ground in quite a short period of time. So I'm going to propose that we take a break until 10 to 12, so you can stretch your legs, get something to drink. And when we come back, I think we'll go on to 1 now before lunch, just to give us another good stint at it. Does that sound agreeable to everyone? Yeah, okay. I'll see you back here at 10 to 12 then. Thank you. If you just make sure that your microphones are on mute, and you can put your camera off if you like.
Can I just check if you can hear me okay? I've had to switch devices, had technical problem.
Yes, no problem, Mr. Clark.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Stott, I can see that your colleague is on hold. So is there any reason that we can't proceed without her?
No, I think she's just gone to try and research one of the questions that you said you were going to ask.
Okay. No problem. Okay, so we'll proceed then. I hope you've all had a break and feeling a bit more refreshed now. Now, we're going to move on to 20-minute neighbourhoods. So to the council, if you were to identify a network of centres, would that align with the provision of a 20-minute neighbourhood?
As I said at the outset, so I think this is an aspect of MPF4 that is difficult to apply until we prepare a new style LDP. We did have a quick go. I mean, the government guidance on this is not overly exact, but as far as we understand it, it's in an urban context at least. 20-minute neighbourhood equates to a 10-minute real-time walk time. So if we just as a test, if you like, we put catchment areas with an 800-meter radius. So if you can, a reasonable walking distance for the average person within 5 minutes is 400 meters. So therefore, within a 10 minutes, a reasonable walking distance for the average person would be 800 meters. So we put 800-meter radius circles across the city just to see how many potentially how many neighborhood centers we would have to identify. And within the area of land enclosed within the city boundary, we worked out that we would need a minimum of 18 neighborhood centers. So, if we were to comply with this 20-minute concept, 20-minute neighborhood concept, and if you take average walk, I think there is some doubt as to whether the 10 minutes is cycle time or walk time as well. But yeah, so basically, if we'd had the time to do a new style LDP, and if it's a 10 minutes walk time, and it's easier to imagine it's as the crow flies, if you like, in terms of putting shapes on a map, we reckon you need 18 neighborhood and 18 neighborhood centers to comply with the principle. So we also, as well, if you know Inverness, it's also it's severed. Active travel and movement is severed by the river, the canal, the railway lines, the A9, the raised beach feature that runs through the town as well. So yeah, it's and the steep sides of the glen as well. So as I say, at least 18 neighbourhoods, at least 18 neighbourhood centres would need to be identified if we're going to fully comply with the principle, or as far as we understand the principle, what we think it means. So yes, and if you allow for the severance of active travel movements, then probably you would have up to 30 neighbourhoods, and therefore neighbourhood centres that the plan would have to identify. And I think others said on this call, it's difficult at this late stage of the current plan to do all of that work and to have boundaries identified. I think so. So yeah, I think it's very difficult, therefore, sir, to at this late stage in the plan process to identify a network of neighbourhood centres.
Okay, I mean that's interesting from a forward planning evidence-based approach where you were looking at what would you require. But if we look at it the other way, at the minute, you have 8 centres throughout Inner Moray Firth allocated, and those will serve a population. But what would it mean if, for these other retail areas at the minute, if they were reallocated or shown, would they not support a 20-minute neighbourhood concept? For example, Inverness East, does that not support Smithton, Culloden and those communities?
Not completely, so no. I mean, the planning permissions on Barnchurch Road, for example, one of them's close to the A96. So I think, yeah, they point is it's not about only active travel and public transport. It's about minimizing drive times, because obviously the further the car drives, the more there is and emissions impact, if you like. So we are about trying to minimize the distance that a car has to travel to reach a shop, as well as trying to promote sites or land that has good active travel and public transport links as well. So yeah, the purpose of the Culloden allocations is to put retail provision closer to where people live, and to reduce the distance that they have to travel in their car, if they have to travel in their car. But yeah, no, there are several allocations which are more akin to neighbourhood centres. So I use the example of 4 of the Milton of Leys planning permission. I mean, this is for 4 small retail units, and that is far more akin to a 20-minute neighbourhood, far more walkable. It's got a good active travel links to it. So I think, yeah, it is. Some of the allocations are good neighbourhood centres that would fulfil or most closely match the principle of a 20-minute net neighbourhood. I don't think the Barnchurch Road ones, for example, are well, until the new housing is built closer to them. They're slightly bigger sites as well. As I say, these were one of your other points you're going to ask, sir, is where does the plan support bulky big box proposals? So yeah, the Barnchurch Road allocations are more suitable for that larger format. But yeah, to us, neighbourhood centres and the 20-minute net neighbourhood is more about a local small shop rather than a large format store.
Mr. Burnett.
No, thank you. So NPF4 page 81 says LDP should identify a network of centres that reflect the principles of 20-minute neighbourhoods. I've got no particular comments on Mr. Stott's distribution problems with, identifying new centres, but the concept of 20-minute neighbourhoods is not just about local shops or neighbourhood centres. As Mr. Stott said, it's about minimising drive time, reducing the need to travel. And that seems to me, it makes the policy 6 notion of reducing the number of centres and effectively giving Inverness 1 centre. It's completely at odds with the 20-minute neighbourhood concept of minimising drive time. The sensible starting point is surely got to be start with a network of centres you've already identified rather than reduce the number of them, because obviously the commercial centres are already contributing to meeting some local needs. So I think that it's coming back to lack of evidence base, really. If you had a retail study informing this plan and you looked at shopping patterns and where people are going, you would have been able to work out more strategically where the local gaps are rather than on a sort of rudimentary 800-metre drive walk distance, which I don't think is any specific basis anyway. So the LDP guidance, page 126, talks about 20-minute neighbourhoods providing communities with local access to a wide range of facilities, services, work and opportunities for socialising. It doesn't define how that can be met. So West Seafield, for example, ticks all of those boxes. It's got food shops, pharmacies, cafes, restaurants. It's got other facilities where local people can socialise. And the Inverness East Development Brief, paragraph 8, identifies it as an employment hub. So it also, provides local employment. The brief, page 25, also refers to the criteria for the new West Ashton residential neighbourhood. And it says at point 5, improving active travel links to Inverness Retail Park. And says in page 75, the vision is that the area will be well served by existing and enhanced active travel links respecting the key desire lines to Inverness Retail Park. So key desire lines to Inverness Retail Park. So that's clearly identifying that the commercial centre has an important role to play in meeting some of the needs of the expanding residential neighbourhoods in East Inverness. If that wasn't the case, the brief would make no reference or wouldn't require any active travel improvements to the commercial centre.
Thank you. Any further comments on this point? Okay, we'll move on. Now, Mr. Stott, you just mentioned there about big box bulky allocations. Could you just direct me to where those are allocated in the plan?
Yes, certainly, sir. We have a list. There's 9 allocations that we believe would be suitable for large format stores. Do you want me to list them, and do you want time to take notes of them? So yeah, the council's view is that 9 existing allocations would be suitable for large format stores, and those are Inverness West 09, Inverness West 10, Inverness South 17, Inverness Central 04, Inverness Central 05, Inverness Central 06, Inverness East 13, Inverness East 15, and Inverness East 17. Also, as I say, more in a more general sense, obviously within the city centre boundary and on the edge of that boundary would be acceptable for large, in the council's view, would be acceptable for any large format store as well. So the 9 allocations, other sites within the city centre boundary and in MPF4 terms on the edge of that centre boundary.
Okay, and you've taken that from the developer requirements for each of these allocations, is that right?
Well, no, they're not exact in regard, because we obviously have to can't second guess exactly what type of development will be proposed on any given site. But yeah, we went through the allocations. Obviously, they've all got a retail component to it. What retail is one of the list of acceptable uses within all 9 sites. And we considered whether those were particularly appropriate for a large format store, because obviously there are other allocations that are suitable for very small scale stores, but maybe not for large, as I say, bulky or big box.
Anybody have any comments about that particular point? No. Mr. Burnett.
Sorry, yeah, just quickly. Presumably these allocations have no, in Mr. Stott's view, sequential relevance. I know we were talking earlier about allocations somehow being centres and being sequentially preferred, but I just want to clarify that point, please.
Mr. Stott.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think all of them would require a town centre first assessment. So yeah, we obviously wouldn't. Well, sorry, some of these allocations are within the city centre boundary. So obviously, if it's a large format store on an allocation within the city centre boundary, we're not going to insist on a town centre first assessment for those sites. But yeah, any allocations out with the city centre or any of the other town centres, we would ask for for that developer to assess its impact on the protected centre, even if, as I say, it was a retail development within an allocated site. So yeah, we don't see the allocations being given equal preference to the town centre itself, unless the allocation is within that town centre.
Mr. Pritchett.
Sorry, I noted them down, but I must say I'm not entirely familiar with these exact locations. Could we be told which these locations are? And then I'd probably like to comment further. Would that be okay?
Certainly, yeah. Sorry, sir. Is that okay if I give the site name?
Yeah, so I think the first one was Inverness West 09, which is one of the allocations.
Yeah, Inverness West 09 is Torvain South. Inverness West 10 is east of Muirton Locks. Inverness Central 04 was Inverness Central. Inverness Central 05 is Shaw Street City Expansion. Sorry, City Centre Expansion is the title of that site. Inverness Central 06 is Harbour Gate. Inverness East 13 is Ashton West. Inverness East 15 is Ashton Central. And Inverness East 17 is Stratton Central.
I want a minute, Mr. Pritchett, to have a think about that, and then if I go to Mr. Burnett first.
Mr. Burnett first, and then yeah, I'd like to comment. Yeah.
Thank you. Just in relation to E13, E15 and E17, are these reflecting planning permissions that are already granted, or what's the status of those? And also, I'm just wondering, what's the sort of evidence base supporting large format allocations in these locations? I thought these were supposed to be sort of local neighbourhoods in East Inverness. And finally, what's the definition of a large format store? And why are we specifically trying to meet the need for those?
Maybe so that my colleague Lynn Mackay could pick up the detail of the Inverness East 13, 15 and 17, which have got extant planning permissions on them. But sorry, in terms of the reason I say large format is that the hearing agenda asked where does the proposed plan support bulky big box cell locations. So yeah, I was given that we'd been asked that, the council gave thought as to which of the allocations we would support large format stores. So yeah, sorry, there isn't any size that we have in mind. We're just trying to answer what we've been asked under item 6. Lynn, could you point out which of INE 13, 15 and 17 have got planning permissions on them, and if you know what size of or format of store has a consent?
Yes. So INE 17, which is the Stratton Central site, that site has got permission for retail. I think it's about 8,000 square meters split between 2 sites. That is restricted to food retail at the moment, but there is, there may be scope for that to change if any future variation application comes in or a brand new planning permission. In principle, obviously, that still would be subject to the town centre assessments that Tim's mentioned. INE 13 Ashton West and INE 15 Ashton Central do not have permission. They were identified in the Inverness East development brief, which, although, a retail study wasn't commissioned as part of the development of that brief, a lot of research was done into the existing shops and facilities within the area, and it came up with a master plan for the whole of Inverness East area. Ashton Central, the INE 15 site, was envisaged to be maybe not quite a town centre, but to complement the Stratton town centre, fairly close by to the Stratton town centre, having an Ashton central allocation as well, where lots of different mixed uses were supported, including different kinds of retail. So we did imagine, sort of fairly big retail coming forward on that site. And for INE 13, the Ashton West site, would possibly be, slightly smaller scale. But like Tim says, we can't really anticipate what might come forward in the future. And, it is a moving game, particularly the whole of Inverness East. Okay, is that sufficient?
Yes, that's great from my understanding. I'll just pick up on the point. It's not simply me asking questions on the agenda out of nothing. The council's response, I think in July, talked about accommodating new bulky goods and other big box retail developments in locations throughout the city. So just to further my understanding of where those were. Now, I'll go to Mr. Clark because he hasn't had an opportunity today, and then I'll come to the two remaining hands that are up. So Mr. Clark first.
Thank you. So it was really just a further point of clarification. Hazeldean represent own the site at Stratton, the retail site, and we do have current interest from a retailer, and indeed a PAN submission has been made to the council, and we're going through that process just now with the local authority. So there is really just to explain that there is end user demand for that site currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Could I just confirm what the allocation is for that site?
I think, as the lady from the council intimated, I think the allocation within the master plan is for a total of 8,000 square metres of retail.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. I just mean the reference number in the plan for its allocation.
Sorry. It's I think it's Inverness East 17. Would that be right? Yeah, someone's nodding. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Pritchett.
So that's the first I'd heard as to where other big box retailers would be accommodated, really, in detail. I think it should just be noted that for probably the last at least 2 decades plus, big box retail has been directed to 3 locations, which has been Telford, Inches and West Seafield. I just find it quite sort of remarkable that the council is now suggesting, I assume, to create another potential big box location, which is, I would suggest, very peripheral to where people live and is seemingly counter to everything that Mr. Stott has been saying about active travel, keeping people local. Not that I want to go into detail, but Aberdeen have been refused planning permission adjacent to an existing centre, which has always been, and Mr. Stott says will continue to be, supported within the centre, but for reasons I cannot actually fathom, big box retailing will be supported on a greenfield site quite far away from where people live at the moment, but won't be supported on an edge of centre site at Inches centre. And within this list, Inches centre is not identified at all, and neither is anything, I think, at West Seafield or Telford. It just seems to me illogical that Mr. Stott suggesting, firstly, there isn't scope for any big box retail, but then suggests there's 9 locations, none of which are related to any retail parks as have been built over the last 20 years, but wants to potentially build a new one. I just it's just, I find it very illogical, to be honest, but I'll leave that to others.
Okay, I'd understood that they're not being actively promoted for large format retailing, but there is potential. And obviously any proposal for such large format retailing would have to go through the policy mechanism, policy provisions of the LDP, any brief that might be there, and MPF4. Is that right, Mr. Stott?
Yes, so yes. So we were asked to identify where larger format stores might be accommodated. We're just saying that retail use is one of a list of a mix of uses to be acceptable on these sites. We certainly don't endorse all of them for big box retail because we don't think there is sufficient demand. So if a developer approaches us with a large format store proposal, then these are the city centre, the edge of the centre, and these are a list of 9 allocations is where we would seek to direct that operator to, if you like. So, sorry, the other thing, can I just come back on Mr. Pritchard's comment that the Barnchurch Road allocations, in particular INE 17, as complete change. I mean, this planning permission was granted in 2009, so this isn't a recent sudden change.
Okay, noted. Mr. Clark, your hand's still up. Are you looking to come back in?
Yes, I think Mr. Stott's probably made the point. I was really just going to, point out that certainly in the Stratton site that we've been heavily involved with, there is an existing master plan consent, including this zoning for retail, which goes back, as Mr. Stott says, to 2009. It was more recently updated with a Section 42 consent, and indeed all the main infrastructure for the wider schemes now being delivered. There's approximately 400 of a total of about 1,100 new homes already built and complete and occupied. So I don't think this site as a retail site and a retail destination as part of a comprehensive community growth area has been around for a considerably long time.
Thank you. Mr. Burnett.
I think it just highlights a contradiction, really, that Mr. Stott's been expressing concerns about new build retail development in the commercial centres, which are long established parts of the network of centres, and yet the council are prepared to identify, was it 8 or 9 sites all over the city for new retail? The two are just incompatible as far as I can see. I think if I understand if these sites have got planning permissions, then that's fine. I'm not sure why that justifies an allocation necessarily, but it sounds like in relation to the Inverness East ones, they're supposed to be neighbourhood facilities. So I would suggest that if anything different to that comes forward, or in fact shouldn't be allocated on these sites for a start, and if anything different comes forward by way of application, sequential preference should be given to West Seafield, just to make sure that these larger needs can't be accommodated in empty buildings. That seems to me sensible from a sustainability perspective.
Thank you. I mean, Mr. Stott, that's an interesting question. If the commercial centres were identified, or we're skipping into the next matter, but if they were identified, would that not aid directing where these large format stores might go? Instead of using a greenfield allocation.
Yeah, well, no, I've already on behalf of the council conceded that we think that conversions within existing brownfield sites are fine. We don't have any issue with them at all. The reason the planning permissions were granted at adjacent to Barnchurch Road within INE 17 is that the Culloden suburbs, you've got up to, I think, 10 or 11,000 people there. And Mr. Burnett conceded the point earlier on that we're looking to minimize car travel distances. And so those eastern suburbs are not particularly well served in terms of retail provision at the moment. They have to go all the way to Inches Retail Park, or they have to go to Inverness Retail Park. Ideally, will there be a road into the back of the retail park if Eastlink Road happens? So that would shorten that journey. But in current terms, it's not very easy for these the Inverness suburbs to get to the retail park. They have to go on the A96. But yeah, the reason we allocated and why a planning permission was granted was to put retail provision closer to all the eastern suburbs and the 3,000 extra houses, and so roughly 6,000 extra people that the plan allocates for there as well. So we're having 15,000 people, and we want to minimise if they have to go by car. Then we want to minimise the journey time for them. So it is council believes it's right and proper. We allocate land for retail provision that will be closer to them.
Okay, Mr. Burnett, and then I'll come to Mr. Pritchard.
Yeah, so just to come back on that point, in Inverness East, it can only make sense from what Mr. Stott has just said, that these allocations are confined to some neighbourhood scale of development, possibly even regardless of what the current planning permission should be, because obviously there's no control now over whether those can be implemented or not. But it seems to me to be entirely illogical to support anything other than that on these sites in the context of Mr. Stott's concern of accommodating any new development in the commercial centre. So I'll just reiterate, there needs to be, I think, some strict control or reference to scale in relation to these allocations, and a clear statement that they have to satisfy the sequential test, which includes the commercial centre at West Seafield being one of the preferable locations.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pritchett, did you have something to say?
Yes. I think again that there isn't consistency in Mr. Stott's approach here, in that he talked about a planning permission being granted at Ashton, which I think was granted 2009 when a lot of developers were chasing Sainsbury to come to Inverness, if my memory serves me correctly, and that's why it was granted an 8,000 square metre store. Sainsbury then didn't come north to Inverness, so that was a historical consent. The council says, oh, we must recognise consents, but it hasn't recognised consents because Aberdeen have a consent right next to Inches Retail Park, which the council refused a renewal of. So there doesn't seem to be a consistency of approach in that, in terms of sustainable neighbourhoods, and this is the local development plan as it exists, these centres already exist. If you want to have a sustainable approach to retail or commercial, I cannot see why you would create a brand new centre somewhere else for big box retailing, if that's what you want to call it, somewhere new, which will not be in a sustainable location compared with the existing retail parks within the city. And an extra drive or an extra bus journey to these retail parks, I don't understand the logic of identifying a new one to, as Mr. Burnett said, my understanding was that Ashton or Stratton was going to be a neighbourhood centre to fulfil the demands of neighbourhood shopping for the new residents in that area. And that's absolutely fine. I don't have a difficulty with that. But to suggest what could become a new big box mini retail park, I think goes against everything that Mr. Stott's been arguing for to date.
Okay, I think I've heard Enough on this particular matter. I understand parties' views. Mr. Stock, finally, did you have anything further to say?
Just in terms of the recognising consents, I think Mr. Pritchard's one of his final points there was that the Delavinches site, the council refused the application. It was only granted permission on appeal, and a recent renewal of that appeal was dismissed. So just to point out that the Delavinches fields do not, the council didn't recognise the consent as a good thing because we refused the original application. It was allowed on appeal, and a very recent attempt to renew that permission was rejected, so by a DPA reporter back in March.
I mean, we'll come to discuss Delavinches in that particular site perhaps later on in the agenda. So I'll leave that part for one moment. Let's move on to item 7. So from my point of view, coming into an examination, there's an unresolved matter, and that in general terms, the unresolved matter is that there should be the identification of a retail hierarchy. And some promoters have said it should be commercial centres. One has said perhaps now in writing a local centre. Now, my question is, if I was to do that, if I was to re-identify these centres, would that be a fair and transparent process for other parties, other involved parties, i.e., are there some parties that might be content with the approach that the council's now taken, that might be aggrieved were I to now take this approach? Does anybody have any comment on that? Mr. Burnett.
Yeah, I take that point about transparency and fairness in that I don't think it's for the examination to necessarily design a new network of centres on the hoof as such. So I would think that your considerations are confined, as you say, to the matters raised and the unresolved matters. And I'd be particularly concerned if a whole raft of new local centres were identified, for example, or back to Mr. Stock's point about these allocations having centre status. I don't think that's certainly a new matter, the allocations having centre and preferential status. So from my point of view, I think it's two questions really. One, should we support the council's position of town centres only? Or two, should we support my position and the other objectors, which is the existing hierarchy should be re-established? It might be acceptable to tweak that slightly, but I don't think we can go very much beyond that.
Before I go on, just to check, so if I was to re-establish the existing hierarchy that's in the adopted plan, what does that hierarchy look like? It involves a city centre, commercial centres. There's district centres as well. So what do I do with those? That's the. Okay, Mr. Burnett.
Sorry, yeah. So when I talk about the existing hierarchy, I'm talking about adopted LDP policy 1 and the tiers that are set out in there. So none of those are district centres. As I said earlier, the council wanted to allocate the commercial centres as district centres, but the reporter at that examination didn't accept that and went with commercial centres instead. So in terms of what it looks like, I think it looks like what's in the adopted plan would certainly be the starting point. And so just to say that's particularly important for the commercial centres because my position is the sequential test, there should be tier 2 centres. So the sequential test is only related to the city centre. And as I said earlier, the council's responses to your questions have also said that that's their position. So in terms of the commercial centres, I think you go with what's in the adopted plan.
Okay, and what happens to these neighbourhood centres, Clawdon, Slackbuey and Doris Road? Are they, obviously Doris Road is now being promoted for a commercial centre.
I don't have an answer to that, I'm afraid, but you know, it's not fundamental to my objections, so I haven't got an answer to them.
Okay, Mr. Stott, you have your hand up next to my list.
Yeah, so you asked the question, would any third parties be potentially adversely affected? The only issue I can think of is there's one other commercial centre within the plan area, east of Nairn, where there's a Sainsbury's, Home Bargains and a McDonald's drive-through. So if other commercial centres are going to be affected by an amended policy 6 or the identification of commercial centres, you maybe need to look at other existing commercial centres that exist within the plan area, and I think that would include the one east of Nairn.
Okay, but just to be clear, that one's currently not allocated as or identified as a commercial centre. It's a standalone.
It isn't in the adopted plan, no.
Okay, Mr. Clark first, and I'll come to yourself, Mr. Pritchett.
Thank you. I should have maybe made this point earlier on when I first spoke that I'm not a planner. I'm a chartered surveyor involved in development for a number of years. I think in terms of your most recent question there about whether other parties would be feel aggrieved, certainly in particular in the context of Stratton, you know, the developer there has made, you know, substantial investment in terms of the infrastructure based on an approved master plan that included, you know, a retail component, which is now being marketed and implemented. I think, you know, the suggestion made early in some of the earlier comments that this should be reduced and downgraded to a small neighbourhood centre would cause major concern and cause major problems, to be quite blunt, in terms of an ongoing on-site consented development.
Noted. Mr. Pritchett.
So my points in the representations have been that there is now with MPF4, I think there is a gap in the hierarchy of centres which never used to be there, which was the term district centre, and district centres were exactly what, and I give great credit to Highland Council for this, is they promoted and developed a number of district centres for many years in the city. I think what we have the difficulty now is that definition no longer seems to exist. And I think Mr. Stott's issue, and I appreciate this, is he has an issue with local centres being within a hierarchy, and that enables them to grow and expand potentially beyond what the council would like them to do. And I understand that difficulty. And my appreciation of the hierarchy was always that you had different scales and different relationships within the hierarchy of centres. And I think most practitioners understood that hierarchy. I'm not wishing to promote any of the centres which my clients are involved in beyond what they actually are, what they've become over time. They were all district centres. Now, whether they should be noted as commercial centres because that's what's in NPF4, or local centres, I think there needs to first of all be an assessment, and I think as Mr. Burnett goes back to policy 1 of the adopted plan, that exists. So I can't argue that doesn't exist, and that's there, and it seems a sensible place to start. I think for you, sir, or for the council to look within that and decide whether the centres all still should be within those categories, I think that needs to be assessed. I think what we've gone from is that to nothing. And I, like Mr. Burnett says, I don't think it would be fair on any of us to decide on the hoof what these things should necessarily be just now, but they should be something. And I think they're all slightly different as well, which adds a complication to it.
Is it fair to say that we've gone to nothing? I mean, there is a government approach to town centre first, and a promotion of the city centre. Is that not what the council's tried to achieve with this new policy approach? Mr. Pritchett? Yeah.
Well, I think the short answer is no, because hierarchy means, to my mind, a hierarchy, which has always been there in Inverness, and not identifying centres of some shape or form which exist. Well, it's for others to decide, but I don't think this plan does that. And I've heard what Mr. Stott says about land allocations, but that, with respect, that's not the same thing. Land allocations of sites for retail is not a hierarchy of centres. And I think that actually confuses matters in the development market, because practitioners want to look at a plan and understand where they say to developers and investors and retailers where they should go for a particular form of development. I just don't think this plan allows practitioners to understand and to do that.
I suppose that's my point. I know others want to talk, but this is fluidly moving into my next question about discretionary, whether or not identification of commercial centres is discretionary. Before I move on, in terms of the fairness point, is there anything else that anybody wants to say about other parties and what I can do through this examination? You just raise your physical hand if you did, because we've got electronic hands up. No. Okay, so I'm going to think about whether it's discretionary or not. Is it a requirement now? And times change, policy changes. Is it now appropriate for the council to have this binary approach to city centre? Does the city centre afford that at this present time? And maybe is that not clear to the development industry that now, if you have a significant footfall development, you need to look to the city centre first, and if it's going to be somewhere else, you need to justify that. Is that not clear, Mr. Burnett?
That's pretty much what I'm suggesting. I mean, I first should say, as I've said earlier, I don't agree with the Policy 6 approach, but if you go with my suggestion of retaining the commercial centres, then with this 2,500 square metre threshold, then the development industry will understand that if you come forward with a proposal larger than that, you've got to look to the city centre. That's just what happens now. That's the existing policy. So I don't see that should be controversial in the slightest. It's just restating what already happened. In terms of your earlier question about does the council's approach satisfy NPF4 policy? Well, it doesn't, because NPF4 policy is a sequential approach. So it's a sequence of centres. It's not town centre or city centre only. And also the council's approach doesn't address 20-minute neighbourhoods, which is a very important part of NPF4. And as I say, that should be based on existing centres and developing a network from there, not from abandoning them. And the other thing I would just say is, again, the council haven't produced any evidence at all to demonstrate that the existing hierarchy has caused harm and why it should be abandoned. So I think that's pretty fundamental.
Yes, I mean, we'll come back to the evidence point. That point's been well made this morning already and early into this afternoon. I suppose, in fairness to the council, is it, the 20-minute neighbourhood concept, this is a transitional plan. It was written under the context of Scottish planning policy and the other components of the development plan. So we talked about this at the beginning about where there was inconsistency, and I suppose the 20-minute neighbourhoods I don't know if you have a comment about that, Mr. Burnett. Yeah.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I can perhaps understand the council's difficulty with developing this plan to fully embrace 20-minute neighbourhoods, but don't reinvent the wheel right now and abandon centres like the commercial centres, which, as I said, West Seafield, it's recognised in the Inverness brief that this centre will perform an important function in East Inverness. It will directly contribute to 20-minute neighbourhoods. So, as a starting point, I think we need to start with the existing network of centres rather than go to the council's approach of, the binary approach, effectively.
And just to everybody, where does it say in MPF 4 that you have to have a hierarchy? Or is it just inferred? Yes, Mr. Burnett.
I think it's the guidance that says that centres may be arranged in a hierarchy. So, and obviously guidance is applied nationally, as is the MPF 4. So there may be some locations in the country where it's not appropriate to have a network or hierarchy, but where one exists and is very important in Inverness for the reasons I've just said, why would you abandon it? And again, I go back to evidence. There's no evidence that we should.
Okay, so in a nutshell there, you're agreeing it's not explicit within NPF 4, but in these set circumstances, which you eloquently put across, it would continue the status quo to have a hierarchy identified in Inverness.
I think it continues the status quo and provides the council with the proper foundations to then go on and develop fully the 20-minute neighbourhood concept.
Okay. Mr. Stott, your hand's been up for a while, so I'll come back to you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I just wanted to come back to this point. I think Mr. Pritchard and Mr. Burnett have both very recently said that they want to roll forward effectively the hierarchy in the adopted plan. Things have changed since 2015, and it's not just MPF 4. These retail parks, when originally developed, despite what Mr. Pritchard says, Inches District Centre, as it was called, or he called it, it wasn't central to a neighbourhood. Inverness Retail Park was granted on appeal way back in what was called the Golden Mile. It had no development around it at that time. So these retail parks were dependent upon car-borne people to go to them. They're not attractive places with attractive buildings designed for people to walk in, central to the actual neighbourhood served. They are designed for cars. The service yards are designed for huge trucks to service all of the units as well. So some of them are not appropriate as 20-minute neighbourhood centres or even as district centres or having a wider role either. So some of them are not in the best place, simply. So some of them can be allocated, some of them can be kept. And so the council's done a sift of the ones where we think you could actually reasonably add further development to them. In particular, the ones, as I say, to the east side of the city where future development will be, and where, because it's greenfield or parts of greenfield, you can design in from the outset good active travel connections, good public transport connections. You can influence the developer to come up with a better design as well. So yeah, that's what's changed. So simply rolling forward what was correct in 2015 in the council's view doesn't take account of MPF 4 and doesn't take account of how demand has changed, how need has changed. So most of them, the retail parks, were originally designed for cars. The service yards are designed for larger vehicles as well. They need to be visible. They had to be visible from the major road network. That's the choice of sites. The choice of sites depended upon that at that time. The choice of sites for new retail development now should be different.
Thank you. I'm interested in what you said there, Mr. Stott. I'm not going to make any comment on the attractiveness or the workability of these centres. That, I mean, some of that's down to personal judgment and preference. But it's interesting that you say these aren't in the correct location, or the council's policies move forward, and a greenfield site would give you more opportunity for improvements. I'm just wondering, if you allocate them as commercial centres, though, wouldn't that give you an option at least to improve them, to improve their appearance and their sustainability as per MPF4? And I know I'm jumping forward in the agenda, but it seems the appropriate moment.
Yeah, so you use the important word there. I mean, allocate, not have a wider boundary. But if again, I made the point earlier on in this hearing that if you think we should be identifying commercial centres as a way to retrofit them, if you like, as better centres in terms of active travel, connections and planting and all these other things, then yes, the council would be happy if you chose to include them in the plan, but only dependent upon improvements being made to them. I think just a commercial centre boundary doesn't give the council any control over enhancing these centres if the developers or the operators or the owners are not willing to do so. And as I say, we council's view is that the owners and operators and landowners haven't been willing to do so. We've had to force them to. So we need to have if they are to be identified, the council would prefer that they are allocated subject to a list of developer requirements, which would give the council greater control and basically effectively force the developers to retrofit them.
I don't have a suggestion of any developer requirements for that purpose, do I?
No, sir. But I mean, yeah. I mean, I think there are. Well, I mean, it's the Mr. Burnett's planning application for the Inverness Retail Park was quite a good example where you give just to make clear, they implemented the additional retail floor space, but they didn't implement all the good things. So the diversifying of the uses didn't happen. The active travel improvements within the car park didn't happen. The additional planting didn't happen. So if those are examples.
Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry. Whether they applied the active travel or planting, that's a question for enforcement and whether it was properly conditioned. It's not a question of. I mean, there were controls there for the council, so I don't think I can accept that from what you've said there. But if you don't allocate them as commercial centres, does that mean that there's no opportunity for improvement, or is there another means that these schemes these retail parks could be improved?
Perhaps no. I mean, well, we could react on a case-by-case basis, which is what we've been doing. We have been trying to pre-app an application stage. We've been trying to encourage applicants to improve the nature of the proposals. We have a similar issue with Mr. Pritchard's got four MSc applications pending at Dell Lavinches, and we are actively seeking improvements to the layouts of these proposals as well. So, yeah, you can do it on a case-by-case basis, but yes, I suppose if you're of a mind, sir, that you want to identify commercial centres in some shape or form, then the council would ask that you consider maybe it's an amended policy 6, I don't know, or if the council would prefer, if you're going down that line, that it's an allocation, perhaps a mixed use allocation with a list of developer requirements that would look at placemaking, would look at improved active travel connections, which would look at an enhanced public transport connections, would look at trying to redesign the improve the design of the buildings, if I can be blunt. I mean, again, we might go on to the detail, but Inches Retail Park and Inches and Inverness Retail Park have a long service yards, 500 odd metre long service yards. We've been trying to persuade the owners to punch active travel connections through the 550 metre service yard length, and it's difficult. It's very difficult to retrofit a large retail park by having improved active travel and other connections into them, purely because of the nature of the design.
Okay, I suppose from my point of view, what I'm trying to understand is applying policy principles and what LDP should do according to MPF 4. And one of those aspects is that in allocating or showing or somehow identifying commercial centres, you could improve their sustainability. And I suppose the question, do they need to be allocated, they need to be identified, or could someone just say, well, we know that that's a commercial centre, so we're going to encourage its sustainability? Just 1 second. I think from my point of view, obviously, we all agreed at the beginning about unresolved matters and what this examination can or can't do. Now, the primary unresolved matter is that it should identify a network of centres, and Mr. Burnett's given some examples of how that might occur. Council's proposed possibly removing policy 6 and relying on MPF 4. But at this stage, is it feasible for me to start looking at inserting developer requirements? I mean, some of these sound very detailed in terms of what a developer should do at a particular site without having any prior consultation. It seems like there's a lot of detail here that perhaps should have come before. Is there any comment on that?
Well, I mean, the Inches and Regmore development brief, the active travel improvements I've talked about, they're already set out in the detail in diagrams within the Inches and Regmore development brief. Mr. Burnett's already alluded to the Inverness East development brief as well. There are at least the principles of enhancing active travel connections are referenced in there as well. So again, this is going on to a different item on the agenda, but if you were to retain the content of the related development briefs, those could provide that detail.
Right, Mr. Burnett, and then I'll come to yourself, Mr. Pritchett.
I think the notion that you could suddenly come up with a whole list of developer requirements, unspecified, what scale of development triggers them, why are they necessary? None of this is evidence-based. It's not justified, and I certainly can't see how you can bring that forward in this examination. Everything that Mr. Stott is talking about is firstly based on the fact that the commercial centres are not sustainable locations. Where's the evidence for that? Every location, town centre or otherwise, could perhaps benefit from more landscaping, more amenity areas, etc. It's just not a substantive allegation to make against the commercial centres. And the mechanism to improve the sustainability of the commercial centres is already there in the Inverness East Development Brief. The Inverness East Development Brief, which the council are wishing to give enhanced status of attaching it to this plan, makes no reference whatsoever to sustainability issues within the commercial centre. It talks about active travel connections to West Ashton, to the expanding residential area that I've referred to before. And the way to achieve those active travel improvements is to continue to support development in the centres. That's what's happened. We've been putting in applications, and where necessary, they've triggered transport contributions towards active travel improvements. If you suddenly try to burden the development industry, particularly this, the current economic situation, with a whole raft of arbitrary additional requirements, that will just serve to frustrate development and ultimately frustrate sustainability improvements, in my view.
Thank you. Just a brief comeback on that, Mr. Burnett. I had a submission, and I apologise to know who it was from, but it was appended to it. There was a sustainability strategy for one of the retail park promoters. So would it not, I suppose is it in the interest of these retail parks to show that they're improving their sustainability?
Yeah, so that was my submission. So my clients have got a carbon zero sustainability strategy for 2030. It goes across their entire portfolio. So it would include West Seafield. So it's a good point. This sort of notion, again, has been put forward by the council that commercial centre owners are somehow bad guys and, have no interest in sustainability. I've submitted evidence to you, shows you that that's not the case. So there are obligations on these companies that they've taken on board themselves to improve sustainability. And as I say, through investing in these centres and providing different uses, making sure that units are continue to be occupied, all of that adds to sustainability. And in my opinion, it absolutely requires the council to continue to recognise the commercial centres and to support them.
Okay, Mr. Pritchett.
Just going back to your point, sir, about the reasons for having these centres allocated is to provide guidance to the development market going forward to understand where investment should be directed to, and to make sure what you don't get, which is where I think this plan would go to, is you would get developers and retailers promoting sites which could be anywhere in the city. And I don't think that kind of approach in any way is well, it's not plan-led, because it just means you ignore what has been in existence for 20 odd years. So I just very strongly feel as though it is better for all parties in this instance, the council included, to let the development market understand where investment has occurred, where it should continue to occur, and where these centres are, and that's your starting point. I just see that as being a very reasonable basis to start from. Mr. Stott talking about, even if you allocate these centres, then you have some kind of remit based on that as to what these centres then need to do. I think is trying to retrofit things which, as Mr. Burnett says, these developers are doing anyway. I've been involved in Inches since about 1996, and it was the very first centre that was built in the city out with the city centre. It was a co-op store, and it was purposefully granted consent to expand into a district centre to go along with the houses that were being built at Inches. And we then also spent a great deal of developers' money between Tesco and the then developer to integrate the two sites by taking away a service road. Mr. Stott says there's now a 500-metre service road behind the back of the stores. That's because a service road was taken out of the car park to stop it being dangerous, where people moving across the service road. And since then, other developments, a nursery, and you, just as a side issue, in the 2006 local plan inquiry was held in the community hall at Inches District Centre, because it was seen to be where people could congregate. So that, to my mind, doesn't suggest you're in a place where people can't get to or shouldn't be. It has a church, a nursery, cafes, coffee shops, a gym, and retailing. What Mr. Stott's talking about is physically, it's dominated by the car. In my submissions already, I've said that was never our fault. That was the council's requirements for minimum car parking standards. I think it would be entirely wrong for a plan to almost penalise existing investors and developers for doing things which they've had to do, and then they only get some kind of recognition if they go and change it. As Mr. Burnett says, these sites are changing anyway, and it would be far better to let them change within a hierarchy of centres to allow them to invest further and to do these things. It's already happening, but to take those away, I think takes I don't think it takes the city backwards and starts to get random sites and random allocations which aren't related to where people live. Okay.
Thank you. I get everybody's points that they've made. So my point here is a narrow one. And I was looking at MPF4 in terms of whether allocating commercial centres was required to improve their sustainability. But on the other hand, what I've heard from yourselves today is that a lot of investors and promoters actually have that remit anyway. So does that mean it's on that narrow point, it's not so much of a justification to allocate the commercial centres or identify them? Mr. Burnett.
The owners can only go so far without the assistance of planning permissions effectively. So there are things they're doing anyway, you know, with regard to the net zero carbon, you know, the submission that I've made to you, that don't need planning permission. But, you know, as I said before, there's a wider issue about sustainability here. It's not just about active travel connections. You know, I've got a couple of examples here of Mr. Stotts referred to the 2016 planning permission at West Seafield, and we can talk about that situation more later. But the South Planning Committee, 19th January 2016, paragraph 9.1 says, and this is about this application, which was approved, the retail park performs an important role as a significant contributor to the local economy, evidenced by its classification as a commercial centre in the IMF LDP. So from a sustainability is about local economics as well. It's about providing jobs. It's about having viable locations for people to visit. The council clearly recognise that the commercial centre is important, and therefore it should be identified so that the planning system can provide appropriate support where permissions are required for the investors, you know, to spend their money effectively. Rather than, I would say, put up additional obstacles, which is what Policy 6 would do. It would just cast the commercial centres aside and they'd be considered no differently than any other outer centre location.
Okay, I appreciate now it's 1 o'clock. I'd like to wrap up this particular matter to commercial centres before we break for lunch. Is that acceptable to everybody? Just with a nod of heads. Yeah. So item 9, we skipped over that. I think that's already been answered in terms of local centre and commercial centre from the inches. Unless anybody has a desire to talk about that, I think we can move on. Is that acceptable? Mr. Pritchett, it's your point, yeah. So we move on to item 11. Now, if I was to identify the commercial centres again, I think there seems to be agreement that that would just follow the boundaries of the existing commercial centre shown in the adopted plan. Is that correct? Yes, Mr. Burnett.
Yeah, just one point about the West Seafield commercial centre. In the adopted plan, the boundary seems to extend around the business park as well. I've never really fully understood that, to be honest. I may have misinterpreted. It's a dotted line, and maybe the council can just clarify. But if you look at how commercial centres are described in the LDP guidance, it wouldn't include a business park. So my suggestion would be, if you're reconfirming the commercial centre, that you draw the line around the retail park and the Tesco store.
Sorry, that's the area just behind the cinema and the KFC, is that right? Burger King, something like that, is that correct?
Yeah, so it's Eastfield Way defines it effectively. So the rear of the retail park, yeah, the rear of the cinema, Burger King, and then beyond that, you've got the business park. I think actually the boundary might even include the prison site. So I'd be interested in the council's view on that, actually, as to why, or if I'm misinterpreting the plan. It seems to me the dotted blue line includes these other areas.
Okay, any other comments before I move on? Ms. Mackay.
You're on mute, Lynn.
Sorry, thank you. Just to come back on Mr. Burnett's point about where the commercial centre boundary is drawn at West Seafield. I think it's a separate allocation for the sort of office part that's further west. We can clarify that, but looking at the adopted plan again, I think it possibly was a separate one altogether. And why the prison site was included, you know, back then that site was allocated for bulky goods, so that's why it was included. So I think there maybe isn't agreement that we would carry forward the boundaries that are shown in the existing plan. And I think we would maybe like an opportunity to review them in a bit more detail, particularly with the Eastfield Way site that we're discussing later on today as well. Now that we've opened up additional uses on that site that would maybe fit better with a commercial centre definition, we would potentially want to look to extend the boundary to include that site as well. And also at Telford Street, there's potential for some sort of refinements around there as well for the retail park. So we would appreciate if we could give an opportunity to come back to you with our suggested new boundaries alongside the other parties that are here today.
Okay, Mr. Clark and then Mr. Burnett.
Again, just maybe reiterating some of the comments just made there. Obviously, later on, we're going to talk about the allocation in Eastfield Way. Again, as I said earlier, I'm not a planner, but I would have thought that, you know, listening to the conversation about commercial centres, I can understand and appreciate, you know, a lot of the comments that have been made, particularly relating to, you know, providing a framework there that encourages further investment and the further growth. I would have thought that, you know, Mr. Burness's suggestion that it's tied, that boundary is tied tight to his client's property ownership and the adjoining Tesco. I don't think that really sits well with looking at the plan going forward to try and look at proper planning for the area. I think sometimes a lot of the comments I'm hearing smack a wee bit of, you know, a degree of protectionism about trying to safeguard particular ownerships rather than actually taking a step back and looking at proper planning for an area.
Sorry, I was just reorientating myself with it's the dashed blue line on the adopted plan that delineates the commercial centre. Is that right? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Burnett, back to yourself.
Yeah, I think I can pick up my points later when we talk about the INE 09 site. Thank you.
So, I suppose the options, if the options are I don't allocate commercial centres, that they're not identified, so we retain what's in the proposed plan. Another option would be to show the currently adopted boundaries of commercial centres, but it seems to be that if they were to be identified, then the council's looking to refine those boundaries, and the boundaries would be amended in terms of the Seafield West area, and also you talked about Telford Street as well. Is there any indication as well that there would be a need to amend the inches delineated area as well? Mr. Pritchard?
Yeah, I don't know why it excludes the church and the nursery. There doesn't seem to be any explanation as to why it does that. I thought they would absolutely be included as part of the I suppose if it was a commercial centre, the logic would have been they've taken out the church and the nursery, but it would seem to me they're part of the centre. But it's for the council to, I don't think it makes any difference, but it would seem they're part of the centre, but that's for the council to decide.
You frozen, sir? Go on.
Hello, everyone. Sorry for that. My computer's lost internet connection in the other room, which is a bit odd because we're all in the same building here. We'll come back to that point. I suggest that while I get this sorted, we all have a break for lunch. So can we all come back at 2 o'clock? Is that agreeable to everyone? Okay, so we'll resume at 2. Thanks for your time, and we'll see you then.
Thank you.
Mr. Pritchett, do you mind muting your? Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'll just wait for Mr. Pritchett before we proceed. Just give him a few minutes.
You got me on the screen there?
Yes, you're back. Thank you.
Okay.
Right. So apologies for that technical issue. Last I heard before I dropped out was Mr. Pritchett, you were explaining that the inches excludes the church and the nursery. Is that correct?
Yes, all I said was that might be because the allocation is commercial centre and there may have been a decision to take out the church and the nursery, but it is all part of the same centre. But again, I think if Mr. Stott was suggesting that they would have a look at the identification of the centres in a round of correspondence, then that's for them to decide, really.
Okay, I mean, for the purposes of today and the examination going forward, if I require amended boundaries from anyone, then I'll request that in writing through a further information request. Is that agreeable to parties? Yeah, okay. Good, right. Now, I have a supplementary, and that is if I were to identify the commercial centres, would I also require text in the plan to support new retail in those centres and or on the edge of those centres? In other words, to align with the provisions of MPF 4. Does anybody have any comment about that? Yes, Mr. Stott.
So you just said that you believe MPF 4 policy 28 supports development on the edge of commercial centres. My reading of policy 28A Roman numeral 2 is that development will be supported in edge of centre areas. And by edge of centre, it means just city, town and local centres as listed in Roman numeral 1. And then it says or in commercial centres. So my reading of policy 28 is that there is no MPF support for edge of commercial centres. Any proposal has to be in or inside the boundary of.
Thank you. Freudian slip, apologies. So, but in terms of my question, would I have to actually, I mean, for that criterion to apply, the plan would have to identify that new retail was acceptable in those centres. Mr. Burnett?
Yes, I think to deal with that point, you do have to identify the centres and specifically say they are suitable for retail development, and then explain, if you're minded, the criteria that I suggested earlier. So I take a different approach to Mr. Stott on this about specific land allocations for new development. I think because the council don't have a retail study, it would be difficult to make specific allocations anyway, and I think that's definitely what's envisaged in MPF 4. So I think what should happen here is a more general recognition. It can still deal with the allocation point, but effectively identify the boundary and then make the point that retail is acceptable. And again, subject to those criteria.
Yes, Mr. Stott.
Taking Mr. Burnett's idea there, yes, I think you need text on what type and potentially scale of retail is acceptable and what form the development takes. Our council's view is that happy with subdivisions, conversions, etc., but new build or larger new build causes us a concern. So if you're going down that line of wanting to identify commercial centres, so we do think that a policy text needs to go with the boundaries, and we would want that policy text to allow certain forms of additional retail floor space, but not support other forms.
Mr. Pritchett.
I think we've gone through this before, is if you do that, you're effectively placing embargoes on centres which are recognised, which actually then allows random development in non-allocated sites to come forward in preference. Hierarchical approach with criteria for assessment is all that's required. I think what Mr. Stott's trying to do is curtail development, and really he's trying to suggest that he can foresee the future and he thinks it's bad when he hasn't done any assessments. So just have a criteria-based approach as to how you assess developments coming forward, and you identify the centres. That's what's always been done, and it's quite a straightforward approach. And I don't see the need to do anything different here.
I mean, is that the active policy of the council? You're trying to curtail development in these other centres?
We're trying to curtail more carbon development. So again, using an example of the Dell of Inches fields, we don't want more big box retail on the Dell of Inches fields, which are not within the adopted plan centre, which is on a particular bit of the city's road network that the congestion levels are huge. It would only make those issues worse. There isn't any agreed solution to add capacity in that area. So yeah, it's wishing to curtail new build development in particular places, or the council would argue direct it to places where it can do more good and less harm.
Mr. Pritchett, are your hands up again? Are you coming in?
I'm not sure whether Mr. Stott understands the point that I'm making, in that you're then, if you do that, and hopefully I'm making myself understandable, but if you do that, you're elevating other sites, because you're predetermining any applications here, which Mr. Stott is assuming is carbon and everything else due to, well, I don't know, suggesting that what you said there about road infrastructure issues. But I just don't think it's fair to have embargoes on sites when there are no embargoes on any other sites. It just seems to be counterintuitive to me that he's making determinations based on his own personal views, when this is about a local development plan looking at future development, which none of us know what might come forward next. I don't think this plan should be trying to assume what might happen next. It's about how you allocate land and then how you assess developments coming forward. I just think embargo policies, well, frankly, anywhere, aren't really the way forward. A hierarchy plus criteria-based assessments is I think what we're all used to, and it's a reasonable way to proceed, because then people can understand what they're doing.
Okay, no, I understand that point. I think we're maybe going beyond my question about whether I should put text into the plan to support any commercial centres. But Mr. Burnett, I'll let you come back.
Yeah, I was just on that point. I mean, even if you were seeking to address Mr. Stott's point, surely it's better to reflect that in a scale related way. So the 2,500 square meters, because obviously new build development smaller than that has no travel generating consequences of any significance in the scale of developments already at the commercial centres. So Mr. Stott's concern about that issue is dealt with by the floor space criteria, as far as I can see.
Just on that, I mean, are we all in agreement that something like 2.5 square meters, anything below that, wouldn't have an effect? I mean, that's an old threshold. It's not reflected in MPF4. Is it right to carry that forward again?
I think it's reasonable, so that a threshold could be added, but it just depends at what size it's pitched. So, for example, I think Ms. Mackay may have a have an opinion on this, but I think there's a pre-application proposal within the Inverness Retail Park at the moment, which we've given negative pre-application advice on, in terms of I think it's another drive-through restaurant, brand new build drive-through restaurant within the car parking area. So that's an example of another car-borne development within the car parking area, where it might be under the 2,500 square metre threshold that Mr. Burnett suggested. I don't know. I can't recall the detail of it, but that's something the council wouldn't want to endorse without thought.
Ms. Mackay, did you have anything to say on that?
Yeah, just to agree with Tim that we did have a pre-application proposal, and it was a lot smaller than 2,500 square metres, but I think there could be potential for impacts even at a smaller scale. So I remember thinking back to, SPP used to have that threshold, and there was a lot of sort of caveat under it that said, you could ask for assessments, depending on the local circumstances and what the nature and scale of the proposal was. So I know these are, fairly, in the Highland context, they're pretty big existing commercial centres that do have a lot of floor space, but I would maybe suggest less than 2,500 square metres for the threshold. But I don't have any evidence to base what exactly thresholds we might suggest. You could leave it open-ended and say, it may be required, similar to what was in the old SPP, that it might be required for smaller developments, depending on, what impacts we think they might have.
We may be going off on a road I'm not sure about here with drive-throughs. I'm not sure they're classified as a significant footfall generating development. They might be food and drink, and I'm not even sure they create footfall if you're saying that they're primarily car-based. But I get the general point. Mr. Burnett, you were going to come back.
Yeah, I'd just say that obviously, if you accept this proposition that it's 2,500, that doesn't mean that proposals below that don't need a transport assessment. They'll still be subject to development management considerations. All that means is that in principle, the site's allocated for that. And also, I think NPF4 deals with drive-throughs in a sort of separate manner anyway. So why not? If the concern is drive-through, I don't know why it would be, taking your point about footfall generating, but if there is a specific concern about that, put something in the policy to say that those will require some separate justification.
Okay, thank you all. I think that kind of wraps up the matter about identification of commercial centres. As I said before, I'll let the council come back on anything. So do you have any final points on that matter before we move on? Mr. Stott, Ms. Mackay?
No, sir.
Ms. Mackay, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I was just going to mention identification of local centres. I knew you had expressed a concern about not identifying the neighbourhood centres that are in the adopted plan. I think given the sort of new methodology that NPF4 is proposing for the identification of local centres, and also a lot of detail was provided in that in the recent consultation on local living and the planning guidance for local living in 20-minute neighbourhoods, and that provided quite an in-depth explanation of lots of qualitative and quantitative data and possibly public consultation that would be required to identify a network of local centres. So I think we would suggest not including local centres in our hierarchy for this plan, and that would be reserved for our new Highland local development plan. And I don't think that would prejudice the existing local centres, neighbourhood centres identified in the plan, and other ones that possibly meet the definition of a 20-minute neighbourhood in the NPF4 glossary. I think small scale neighbourhood development could be supported by NPF4. I think it's policy 28 part C. Does support retail, small scale neighbourhood retail proposals. So yeah, just generally suggesting that we don't identify local centres in the current plan.
Okay, we'll come back to the new Highland-wide local development plan further down the agenda. But that's useful, thank you. Any other further comments, or we'll move on? Okay, so if we look at the retail policy, Now, I have a supplementary here to begin with and directed to the council. So my understanding is that the council conducted town centre health checks fairly recently, and that the policy approach that's set out in proposed policy 6 was identified in the main issues report. Could just get the council to confirm that's correct. Also, if they've undertaken any other studies or checks in advance of adopting the approach that's set out in policy 6, and whether or not the main issues report or any of the consultation that went with the main issues described retaining the existing hierarchy and the existing approach, if that was even an option.
In terms of the main issues report, no, sir, there weren't options laid out for, the council didn't invite comment on options, so that there wasn't the, we didn't actually say that one option available was just to roll forward the 2015 plan. So that wasn't. I think you're hinting at was a retail capacity study undertaken? No, is the answer. The council simply didn't have the resources, or hasn't had the resources to undertake a full retail capacity assessment of the plan area. So that hasn't been done. Yes, there has been town centre health checks done recently, which looks at the vacancy rates and other key bits of data. But there's nothing on the demand side, if you like. So there's no forecasts of the number of people in the area and the spend per household and the available spend relative to the turnover of the floor space. There's been no recent work on that.
Okay, so just to confirm, the main issues report, I think verbatim, it set out the policy wording that we now see in policy 6. And I think there was an alternative approach which was asking about maybe narrowing the scope of it. Maybe you could explain that a bit further.
I'm sorry, sir, I don't have a copy of that in front of me. If you want to go to other parties, I could call it up and give you an answer soon, if that's okay.
I have it here. I'll just get to the page to help you.
If you could give me the PDF page number, that'd be great. Well, all right, I think I found it.
Yeah.
Alternative approach, right? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I've just found it, sir. So the alternative approach was more flexible to change of use policy. I suppose recent changes to the use classes order have achieved that in a sense. Permitted development rights changes have changed that. Yeah, we did consider the more housing at ground floor level. There was a real debate on whether that was a good or a bad thing. We haven't reached any firm conclusion on that one. The non-preferred approach. Yeah, there wasn't a particularly other non-preferred approaches were not set out in any detail.
Okay, thank you. Now, I appreciate it might not be at the forefront of your mind, but casting your mind back to the main issues report stage, and Mr. Burnett, Mr. Pritchard and others can come in, was there any involvement with the retail parks at that stage telling you that this policy approach should be amended? I'll go to yourself, Mr. Stott, first, or Ms. Mackay, if you can recall that at all, and then I'll open it up.
Oh, sorry. No, we didn't. We didn't ask people or highlight that we weren't intending taking forward the commercial centres. Yeah, because well, there simply wasn't a hierarchy identified in the main issues report. I mean, we did list. Sorry, we did the policy. What was it called? Town Centre First policy was the title of the box. And we did list the intended boundaries within the third paragraph, or sorry, is it second or third paragraph? We list the settlements where we're intending to have boundaries. So it just says within the plan, we therefore have identified boundaries for the following places. And it says we intend to define town centre boundaries and show them on the map. So yeah, we didn't say we are not going to identify commercial centres in a table, and we didn't. Yeah, I suppose but I mean, you could, if you read what we did intend to do, you could therefore work out what we didn't intend to do.
Okay, and at that point during that consultation, did anybody come back and say this is an issue?
Or maybe for the parties on the hearing call, I can't recall any great concern being expressed at main issues report stage, but Mr. Burnett or Mr. Pritchard may be able to tell me different.
Okay, Mr. Burnett.
Yeah, I can't recall exactly, but certainly it didn't come across to me that the main issues report was seeking to get rid of the commercial centre and boundaries. You know, just stating where the town centre boundaries might be identified, as it did do, doesn't jump out of the page at me as dealing with commercial centres at all, because they are different. So I certainly didn't get any indication from that what came out in the proposed plan was actually intended.
I mean, the reason I'm asking is that the policy text in the MIR is almost, if not exactly the same as that in the proposed plan. So there is no mention of a sequential approach in terms of town centre and other centres being looked at. So I'm just trying to understand if it wasn't raised as a concern at the MIR, it's obviously being raised now, but I just want to check the history. So Mr. Pritchard.
So I recall the MIR out, but what was confusing me at the time was this was a partial plan, and we'd had the Inches Regmore development brief approved, and it was suggesting that it was going to, as the original Moray Firth LDP was to be looked at together with the Highland-wide local development plan and the briefs. So I was taking comfort from the fact that sites were already allocated, and I didn't for 1 minute think that there was going to be a deletion of allocations. So I do remember at the time thinking, well, I don't have concerns. It was only when the draft plan came out, when the deletions started to come in, and then I was getting confused as to where the briefs sat, etc., which we'll come on to.
Okay, does anybody have anything further to add on that particular point? No. Okay. So I know I asked this in writing, but I'm just interested in a discussion about it. If a proposal comes forward, then how would, so it's a significant footfall generating proposal. How would you deal with those if they were allocated or they came forward in one of the existing commercial centres as it is just now? And when I'm thinking about that, it's not just policy 6. I'm thinking about how would you interact with the NPF 4 policies and the Highland-wide local development policy 40. Mr. Stott, if you're able to just take us through that kind of hypothetical.
Yeah, I mean, I'll deal with the last thing first. The policy 40 of Highland-wide local development plan 2012 doesn't have any role to play in the council's view. It was superseded by the policy 1 of the 2015 plan. It's a general policy. It doesn't have any places listed for it. So policy 40 of Highland Wide 2012 doesn't have any role to play in any of this. It would be the council's view.
Sorry to interrupt you. So the Highland Wide Local Development Plan, although it's 2012, it's still part of the development plan.
But it's a general plan. It was based on the old SPP. I think it was.
Whatever it was based on, it's still part of the statutory development plan. Is that agreed?
Yes.
So we look at policy 40. It says retail development proposals will be favourably considered where the following criteria are met. So it's not, it does actually set criteria. Mm-hmm. And it's identified city, town, village centres, edge of those centres, and then out of centre locations. So it would apply if a significant footfall generating development came forward in a commercial centre, would it not?
I guess council's view of it may conflict with the 2015 plan. And if you take the approach that is in the 2019 Act about the later plan, would prevail in the instance of a conflict.
Sorry. So the 2015 plan doesn't exist anymore. You've adopted this plan, your proposed plan, that supersedes the 2015 plan. Yes?
Legally, at the moment, it hasn't.
No, but I'm asking is
so in the future. Sorry. All right. Okay,
yeah.
Right.
I'm trying to understand. So you're a development management planner, and you've got a proposal in for significant footfall generating proposal in a commercial centre.
Yes.
In the new era. So you've got the Highland Wide Local Development Plan as part of the development plan. You've got the new Inner Moray Firth LDP-2. Mm-hmm. You've got the development briefs, which we'll come on to later, and you've got MPF4. All of those constitute the statutory development plan in terms of applying Section 25 of the Act. Yep. Okay, so I'm trying to understand the interaction between all those elements, which are all part of a statutory development plan, and whether there's any inconsistency between them. Now, I totally understand your point about the age and the history and the context to the writing of Highland Wide LDP 2012. But if we could just think about if there's any, I'm trying to understand if there's any inconsistency between them.
Probably is, yes. So, I mean, council's case for this hearing is that policy 6 is deleted. So therefore, MPF4 policy 27B Roman numeral 2 and policy 28A would apply in our view. So yeah, that, as I say, that's a national policy, part of the approved development plan, and far more up to date than Highland Wide and any other guidance. So yeah, I think in the absence of policy 6 in the proposed plan, if you recommend that is taken out, then yes, it would any significant footfalling development would be you would apply the sequential approach as described in MPF for policy 27B2 and policy 28A.
Thank you. And just for my purposes, so if we apply those policies, so a significant footfall generating development, applying MPF4, we'd have to go through the criteria, and any proposal in those circumstances would require a sequential approach. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, I fully understand if there was any inconsistencies with the Highland Wide Local Development Plan at that point, then the precedence would be with the MPF4 if we've deleted policy 6. I realise there's a lot of balls here because there's a lot of parts of the development plan. So, Mr. Pritchett, let's come to you. What do you think?
I've quoted from, I think, the Chief Planner's letter about land allocations, which also seems to come into the mix, and we'll come on to this, I would think, in terms of the briefs. But I cannot see how all this reconciles itself when, if at the moment it appears that the council wants to, I think I'm right in saying, pick and choose between the allocations it wants to allocate, but existing allocations, for instance, Dell of Inches, which it wants to delete. And I just find there's a contradiction here in terms of what the development plan is. And you just asked the hypothetical question about, you know, if things are as now and the new plan becomes the adopted plan, land allocations are still in that plan, deep within it in terms of the briefs. So it is very difficult to me to reconcile the deletion of well, some sites, Dell of Inches being one, and the deletion of a hierarchy of centres and commercial centres, but still supposedly maintaining land allocations, which are in other parts of the plan. It seems we're becoming overcomplicated by deleting very straightforwardly the land allocations and the centres that have existed for decades. And it seems a very straightforward way just to say, well, they're still there. And it's a very simple exercise then of development management using those tools that have always been in place.
Well, let's play it out another way then. So let's identify the commercial centres. So they're now identified in the plan which will be adopted. So, and run the same scenario. So a significant footfall development comes forward in Inches retail park. Which policies apply, and is there any inconsistency now, or is it the same outcome in terms of it would require a sequential approach? And is the commercial centre given any priority in that process? Mr. Stott.
Well, as far as I understand, policy 28A Roman numeral 2, it says if they are allocated. So I think it depends if they're identified with just an outline boundary or whether there's an actual allocation on the commercial centres as to whether that's suitable, if you like, or there's any conflict with policy 28 doing it that way. But yeah, I think that's the only thing I can say. So it's really difficult to get my head around several different parts of the approved development plan in a future state.
No, for my purposes, this is useful because obviously whatever the examination does will have a consequence, and it's not just those reading the plan, it's those applying it down the line. So, Mr. Pritchett, you want to come back?
There's a very important point here is if you are allocated in a commercial centre in a plan, you can lodge a planning application that can then be determined to be in accordance with the development plan. And that's where we all get to at the end of the day, in accord or out of accord. If you don't allocate these sites, in principle, I think councils, and this council in particular perhaps, will be saying your development is out of accord with the development plan as a matter of principle. And that's what I'm trying to avoid for my clients. Is I'm not saying you don't assess things, you should assess everything, because everything needs to be assessed depending on its scale and its impact, etc., etc. But it's the principle of being in accord with the development plan zoning, and then you assess from there. I just think it's a fundamentally important issue.
Okay, and if we took the approach that policy 6 wasn't deleted, and as it was, is there anything in there that supports development in commercial centres, or is it all, you know, I think I asked in writing about ancillary, and now the council's, I think you've said that you're comfortable with Is it subdivision, mezzanines? There may have been another thing that you would be comfortable with including in that policy.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's at least one example of a redevelopment. So, you know, the building is flattened and a similar building or other buildings are put on the footprint of the old building. So, you know, we, as I said earlier, we do recognise the brownfield, that the reuse of a brownfield site is a good thing. It's the only concern we have within existing retail park boundaries is new build that takes out a swathe of parking. But as Mr. Burnett said, it's largely a transport impact issue rather than a retail impact issue.
Okay, so that the provisions in the policy wouldn't allow for that now. They would require an amendment to clarify that. Is that right?
Yes. Sorry, if you're asking if we wanted to add some positive support to particular types of development within commercial centres, then yes.
Mr. Burnett, and then I'll come to yourself, Mr. Pritchett.
Yeah, it was just to clarify that the council's reference to these so-called ancillary uses was matter 3, question 3C, and it was subdivision redevelopment, conversion, and mezzanine floor proposals.
Just get the council to confirm that. Just so you can nod. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Pritchett.
So your question was prefaced by what does the development market look at when it's looking at development plan? How do you therefore manage the process? The problem that I can see from my side of the fence is, how would I be advising a client when I don't know what the parameters are that I'm working within? We had some commentary from officers to say, oh, we don't mind ancillary development. Ancillary often, you know, it may not even require planning permission, but if you're looking at development and a client comes to me and says, will I or won't I be in accordance with the development plan? Will I or won't I perhaps get planning permission? The plan is meant to direct you. And I just think it's very important for this plan to be clear and direct you as to what could be in accordance with the plan based on land allocations and what is not. And also, as I said, the concern I have and my clients have is they've spent years developing in locations which were allocated. And if this leads to a free-for-all where the council can decide where retail goes based on where it thinks it would like it to go, but without policy support, I think that's very difficult for the development market to understand where the balance lies.
Mr. Burnett?
Yeah, just add to that, that approach is also counterproductive to supporting sustainability improvements in the commercial centres. You know, if it's a free for all, how does Mr. Stott's made a lot of comments today about the desirability of improving the sustainability of the commercial centres, but you've got to facilitate that with a policy.
I can fully appreciate that some parties that are here and others that aren't represented today are this binary approach is not acceptable for the reasons that you've presented. But does that mean that it's not a valid approach? Is it not clear what this policy now requires? So if it's significant, it goes in the city centre. And if not, then you need to provide evidence for that. Is that not enough for the development industry to understand? Mr. Pritchett, yeah.
My view would be no, because the Chief Planner's letter, the guidance and the local living agenda is about trying to allow the development industry to develop in the right places at the right time with the right form of development. If in a city context like Inverness, if you then don't take on board what's happened over a long period of time, I just don't think it does fulfill the sustainability agenda, because you are, with Mr. Stott's first comments this morning, is if you just have the city centre and edge of centre, I don't see how you can then plan for the future, because you're not really telling the development market where it's meant to go after that. In a large and expanding city like Inverness, I just think it's not good forward planning to just say, well, we've allocated a few retail sites and we'll decide, what's appropriate in those sites. It should have a hierarchical approach so people know where has been invested and where you're meant to go next. I just think that's a sensible approach, and has frankly always been the approach.
I mean, I'm not putting forward where I'm at the minute. That'll come through my conclusions, but has the current policy, I know that I appreciate you've spoken about inches back in 1996, then you've talked about the last 20 years of a hierarchical approach. Is there an argument that perhaps that approach hasn't worked, and maybe that's failed the town centres or city centres, so this is a new approach to try and address that? Mr. Burnett first, and then Mr. Pritchett.
I don't agree that the current policy approach is the reason why there may be issues in the city centre at all. I think there have been, necessary checks and balances, as I've said earlier. I'm concerned about the notion that everything that's deemed significant has to be sequentially tested against the city centre. It literally could stop anything happening outside the city centre. We all know there are small vacant units in the city centre. What basis would the council then have to rule them out? There's got to be some sort of criteria that defines what's significant, and as I say, I think I've come up with the most logical solution there.
Thank you. Mr. Pritchett.
I've actually given great credit to Highland Council for a long period of time in expanding the city, to my mind, in a very sustainable way by identifying these centres. The issue with the city centre, which I've had this debate with Highland Council for a while, I don't think can be laid at the door of out-of-town developments in Inverness or anywhere else. There are cyclical issues, there are fundamental changes within the retail market. Mr. Stott's already admitted that he buys fridges online. There's all sorts of issues affecting city centres, but there are retail demands across the whole spectrum of retailing and commercial developments in general. So for me, what happened when these district centres were being allocated, it was based on evidence by a Halcrow Fox study done in the late 1990s, and it was deemed to be that there was massive demand and need for additional retailing, and that's why these centres were allocated. Unfortunately, and I understand the pressures that councils are under, there's been no updated assessment on these matters, and I think that needs to happen for a growing city like Inverness to not have evidence. I just think you're making policies on the hoof rather than assessing what's needed and necessary and where the effects are from these decisions being taken.
Thank you. Seeking a reading check in the agenda there. Mr. Burnett, you want to come back?
Yeah, I was just to add that it's always been acknowledged by Highland Council that the commercial centres provide a different offer to the city centre. An example of an application I had in 2021, the officer report says Inverness Shopping Park makes a valuable contribution to the region economy and provides a different shopping experience in comparison to the city centre. So, you know, all we're asking, I think, is just to continue with that recognition.
Thank you. Now, I think we covered this point earlier, and that's to do with an allocated site out with the centre or the city centre. Would that would require to go through a sequential approach, as far as I'm aware. Is that correct, Mr. Stott?
Yes, they would.
I think we've covered enough about provisions of MPF 4 Policy 28 within that discussion. Is that agreeable to parties? Yes. It's a small point that the council made about Policy 28D2. Just of interest, do parties have any opinion about whether that should refer to local or commercial centres? No. I mean, nobody has to make a comment on it if they don't wish to, so that's fine. We'll move on. Now, in response to this matter, the council's asked for the full deletion of Policy 6 with reference to MPF 4 instead within the text. Is that agreeable, an agreeable approach to parties? Mr. Burnett, yeah.
No, I don't think it works. There needs to be some local context provided, I think, to the application of the NPF 4 policies here, not least because NPF 4 policies talk about town local centres, for example, and policy 6. Well, firstly, where are the centres defined? So we need to define the centre somewhere. So there needs to be some local reference there. And I think it just leads to confusion if all we say in the plan is significant footfall generating development, retail development will be determined in accordance with NPF 4 policies. That's not clear enough to me.
Mr. Pritchett.
I think the council would want to have some kind of local context here, because if you don't do that, then, for instance, I would be arguing that Inches is a commercial centre, because if the local development plan just says, oh, go to MPF 4, I think that a developer or investor could argue anything almost, because if there's no allocations, then and there's no direction in a local policy. I don't know, but I just think it's guiding councils to allocate and to create a hierarchy or a network of centres. I think if it doesn't do that, I would be arguing that, well, these centres still exist and they fulfil the function of a centre, and so therefore I'd be saying, well, they are a centre. And if you just rely on MPF 4 to the council, I think that might be not a particularly great way to go. If I was the council, I'd be wanting to allocate and make sure I knew where my centres were and take the policy from there.
Okay, so my understanding wasn't to just clear everything. It was to remove the policy text and relate instead within the what might be called the reason justification to the fact that the policies are contained in MPF 4, but retain the city centre and town centre boundaries and refer to those. So those centres would be identified through the text, but the policy approach, policy mechanism would be MPF 4. Is that right, Mr. Stott? You're
Yes, so yeah, I mean, I think our written case makes that point that the main settlement mapping, obviously, I mean, this hearing has a narrow focus, if you like, but I mean, there are several other town and large village centres identified in the plan, and they're shown in detail on the settlement maps. So the local angle, if you like, or the Highland angle is provided through the detailed mapping of the boundaries on the plan's main settlement maps. So if, for example, not that the council backs this idea, but if you chose to recommend that the commercial centres are identified, then it doesn't really need a policy in the plan itself. It just needs the identification of the commercial centres, or allocations, I suppose, on the plan maps. I would say, sorry, allocations, obviously, you'll be aware, so we wouldn't have SEA'd or neighbour notified if you were to introduce allocations for the commercial centres at this late stage in the plan process. They obviously wouldn't have been subject to HRA, SEA, or neighbour notification, so that could raise issues.
That's noted. Is there any indication that any of these existing sites affect European sites?
No, sir, and as I say, it depends. This is another item on the agenda, where you draw the boundaries. I think Mr. Pritchard may well argue that the Inches Retail Park boundary is extended to include the Dell of Inches Fields, for example. So if you're going with the limit of existing development, if you like, the existing retail uses, then there's obviously, well, a very unlikely to be SEA, HRA, or neighbour notification issues, because it's development within an existing site. But yeah, if you were choosing to expand, and I think my colleague Lynn Mackay's talked about the council would like an opportunity to, if we're identifying them, to present some information or a view on the boundaries. Then yeah, as soon as you start expanding boundaries or allocations, then it can raise HRA, SEA, and neighbour issues.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll bear that in mind. Mr. Pritchett, and then we'll come to yourself, Mr. Burnett.
Okay, so just a matter of clarification, I understood that what you were talking about was just leaving the whole of the retail section, as it were, to MPF4. I don't disagree. If you have MPF4 and you have allocated centres within a hierarchy, that's been done many, many times before. And I think that's been a process that's worked well. I've certainly seen lots of plans that have that, and it's everybody understands that you just use the policies in MPF4 around allocated sites. I don't have a difficulty with that. I don't think I've ever been asking Mr. Stott to allocate Dell of Inches as part of the centre. I'd accept it is not part of the centre. It's adjacent to the centre, and over time, as any centres do, if it gets developed, it could become part of that centre. But that's not for this development plan. So I'm definitely not arguing that. So for me, if there's a mapping adjustment made and then a reference to MPF4 policies, that's been done many times before. So I don't have a difficulty with that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burnett.
Can I just be clear that I understand what's intended then? So let's say you identify the commercial centre boundaries and you refer to NPF4 policy 27 and 28. So under 27, the commercial centre would not be a city, town or local centre, so therefore sequential test would apply. And under 28A2, would it be allocated for retail as a commercial centre, or what status does it have as a commercial centre then?
Well, that I presume would depend on any text that I inserted into the plan. I mean, it could be that I say that the proposals maps show the extent of town centre, city centre and commercial centres which are suitable for new development, if indeed I find that they should be. Is that kind of approach understandable or agreeable to parties?
The council side, I mean, I think, yeah, if you are going to support these and have us identify them on the maps, yeah, the issue is the council wants some degree of control over what form of new retail development goes in. You know, going back over the old argument about whether it's conversion subdivisions or new build, or sorry, larger new build. Need to define size perhaps as well.
Sorry, I had to jot that down. Mr. Burnett, yep.
Yeah, just again, clarification. So you would potentially be able to follow my suggestion of defining what's suitable within the commercial centres within this context of what you're describing. Obviously, it's a decision you have to make, but effectively you identify the commercial centres and their role and then refer to policy 27 and 28. Is that what we're saying? So I can see in principle how that would work, but obviously with a qualification that the role of the centres are set out.
Okay, any further comments on that particular matter? No. I've asked the question about how that would work in terms of cross-referring to other policies in the proposed plan. So there are a few that refer to the town centre policy. For example, policy 7, it says this policy does not apply to any designated town centres listed in policy 6, but we could probably get around that by just referring to town centre, designated town centres. Are there any other known cross-references that would cause an issue?
I don't believe so, sir, no.
Now, in terms of deleting the policy, that hasn't been proposed by anyone in unresolved representations to the plan. It's just a response that the council has to the unresolved matter of a hierarchy. So do you think I have the remit to actually entertain that as a possibility, Mr. Stott?
Well, there have been several objections to the wording of it, sir. So it's quite common for a DPA reporter to delete or make major amendments to a policy if there have been objections lodged in respect of it. So I think, yeah, certainly DPA reporters have done that in the past. So
okay, any comment from anyone else? Yes, Ms. Mackay.
You're on mute, Lynn.
Sorry. I was just going to sort of mention the unique circumstances of the preparation of this plan and the timing of the publication of MPF4. I think that's a factor that you would need to take into consideration. You know, that the plan was written before the finalised MPF4 was published. And that's the reason that's led us to this suggestion, because of the content of the retail policies in MPF4. So I know, you know, you can only respond to what the representations that have been received, but I think, you know, there is that also intermingled in this case.
I mean, I suppose the follow-on to that response would be whether the council thinks there's some form of an inconsistency between what's written in policy 6 and what's in MPF 4.
I think our view, sir, is we don't think it adds any value beyond what is now we know is contained in policies 27 and 8. We don't. The whole point, I think. Well, sorry, I think DPA reporters will be checking plans to see that they are compatible with MPF4. So if you believe policy 6 is in any way incompatible with MPF4, then that gives you the right to take it out or to amend it. Yeah, our councils are only meant to come up with their own general policies for an area if it adds local detail. You know, in this case, a sort of Highland angle, if you like. So it would have to be detail that was missing out of MPF4, and I don't think there's anything in policy 6 that adds detail for what's missing in MPF4, or it would have to add a Highland angle, if you like, something that couldn't be provided in a national policy document. So the only local detail, if you like, is the identification of the boundaries, which, as I say, are on the plan's maps.
Okay, I think that wraps up this particular matter to do retail policy. Does anybody have any further comments? No. Would the council like to put any closing submissions on that particular matter?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Well, it's 1 minute past 3. I suggest we take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10 past 3, and then we'll talk about development briefs. Okay. Right, welcome back, everyone. Mr. Pritchett, you're still there? Just wait a moment for him to rejoin us. There we are. Okay. We're going to move on now to talk about development briefs. That's the last item on today's agenda. Now, as a supplementary and as a way of introducing this particular matter, I wonder if the council could give a quick summary in terms of the history of the site-specific development briefs, what plans they are associated with, and why they're appended to the proposed plan. Mr. Stott, in your own time.
Sorry, that is set out in our written case, which I'm now trying to find, sir. Right, it's in the council's written case for those that have that available. It was our response submitted on the 20th of July 2023. Matter 4, response to 4A. So within the, just the purpose, I suppose, first of all, why we want them in, or why they are in the appendix, is that we want the plan users to be able to find all the local planning guidance that they need in one place. And I suppose that's the first thing. We want to continue the legal status of the development briefs for Inverness. Sorry, there are other development briefs within the plan area, but we felt that these ones in particular, because they contained an awful lot of detail and an awful lot of consultation went into them, that they were worthwhile keeping them within the approved development plan. So we identified, that there are 6 identified. 5 of the 6 are adopted. There's a proposed future development brief at the Longman landfill. But yeah, 5. So five are appended to the plan itself. And in terms of which parent, what we call we use the jargon parent, i.e. which local development plan are they hooked off? Again, using a bit of a jargon phrase, but so the Inches and Regmore development brief, in the council's view, is hooked off policy 7 of the Highland Wide Local Development Plan 2012. The Inverness City Centre development brief is hooked off policy 3 of the Highland Wide Local Development Plan. The Inverness East development brief, well, that's the awkward one, I suppose. It's principally referenced in allocations IN 83 and IN 85 of the adopted Moray Firth Local Development Plan 2015. But it's also hooked off a slightly less good hook, paragraph 11.4 and map 6 of the Highland Wide Local Development Plan 2012. Muirton and South Cassock development brief is hooked up policy 6 of the Highland Wide Local Development Plan, but also allocation IN 12 of the adopted Moray Firth Local Development Plan. And finally, the Torvayan and Nessai development brief is hooked off both policy 8 of the Highland Wide Local Development Plan, and there's various allocations within the adopted 2015 plan as well, where it's referenced. Is that sufficient, sir?
Yes, thank you. That's a good history quickly to the site. I just wondered, you said you want plan users to find all the documents in one place. I mean, do you have a hard copy of the plan? Is that your intention? Or, I mean, generally speaking, these are all electronically on one website.
Oh, sorry, but within a single PDF on the website.
Right. And just for my clarification, I mean, I've got them before me. The introduction to them doesn't necessarily say where they're hooked to.
Yes, so I think, and again, it's in our written case, but yes, if the council's position in its written case is that we change a policy, it's policy 15 or general policy 15 at the moment. We put it in a big purple box, so we're trying to argue that it is a policy. Our written case now is to downgrade it from a policy simply to a cross reference, and we've suggested in our written case a bit of text that could go in that cross reference, but that would also go at the beginning of the appendix as well, because yes, you're right, there's no context given at the start of the appendix at the moment.
Sorry, that's a useful response, but perhaps didn't make myself clear. In the actual development briefs themselves, they don't seem to, as far as I can see, say which plan they're hooked off. Is that correct?
I think some do, maybe some don't. Sorry, I haven't read them recently, or sorry, the front end of them recently. Yeah, certainly the Tuven and Nest Side one had a map extract from the Highland Wide Local Development Plan, for example. I think Ms. Mackay might be able to remember what was in the front end of the Inches and Regmore development brief. I think we would have been pretty exact on the Highland Wide context for that one as well. Yeah, so I couldn't swear blind, so that we've explained the hook in great detail within all of them.
Yes, this is a slightly unique proposition in comparison to other councils in Scotland, where you've got two-tier LDPs. Right. A couple of these questions, they'll be quick fire. I've already asked them in writing, but for the purposes of this meeting and for the record and for people watching, I think it's important just to clarify these points. So all the development briefs that are appended to the plan, those were all part of the statutory consultation process that allowed for representations. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so someone could have made a representation to any part of those appendices as part of that consultation process.
Yes, there was it was an online, largely online consultation, and there was a consultation point where you could click on that particular appendix if you wished to lodge a comment, and I think one or two did.
And I take that, I mean, in the schedule for itself on this point, I take the council's response that you don't necessarily want to change something that's already been through public consultation. But nevertheless, as a document that was part of something, the LDP consultation process, it was for people could make representations to those appendices. And on that basis, is it therefore possible for me to, through the examination, amend those development briefs?
In the council's view, no, except where there's an allocation that changes what the brief said. So again, it's easier to use an example, but Mr. Pritchard's well aware that we're not taking Dale of Inches out of the plan, as he said before. We're changing its use. So where we're proposing to change the use of a particular piece of land covered by a development brief, that is a major change. We've made it obvious through the wider plan that is an intended change. So I think yeah, where if you wish to, it's only those parts which we think are open for serious debate, if you like, and open to use. So if you wish to amend the development brief, you're amending this plan, which in effect amends the development brief, or provides a more up-to-date policy position, which in case of incompatibility would be given more weight.
Yes, I mean, we're in a slightly interesting position here. So they're not, I mean, they're still development briefs, but are they supplementary guidance if you've appended them to a local development plan? I mean, I assume that they're no longer standalone documents, or are you going to pull them as standalone documents? They'll only be part of as an appendices to the LDP.
Oh no, sorry, they would still be on our website under the separate pages. But as I say, the whole point of putting, sorry, the current position of the council, if you agree with the idea of getting rid of them within a policy, then they're simply, sorry, they would appear twice. They would appear in a single PDF just to help people find all the local planning policy guidance that they need in one place. But they would also, there are standalone pages on the council's website that give the detail of the development brief and the consultation process that went through them, and the SEA linked to them, and the HRA. And so, yeah, there's lots more detailed information about the development briefs, which would still be available on separate council web pages.
Okay, but just to be clear, so there will be two versions. There would be the version appended to the plan, and there'd be a standalone version that people could look at.
No, sorry,
Okay.
sorry if I wasn't clear, but the version in the appendix should be exactly the same as the version on the other web page. It's the original version of the development brief, but it's just there. It's just there for background. It's not a policy. That's the point where we are no longer arguing that the appendix is a policy in its own right. Sorry, it is a policy that could conflict with the allocations in the plan itself. We are, as I say, that's why we've given you this piece of text, which would clarify for the plan user the status of the old brief, which is in the appendix, and relative to the some overlapping allocations, which would update the council's position in respect of those parcels of land.
Okay, just 2 minutes. Let me open your response.
It's response dated 20th of July 2023, and it's council's response on matter 4D.
Okay, so what I'm trying to understand is, so policy 15, it goes, it's not a policy, it's just a factual statement. These are appended. But what are they? Are they the original supplementary guidance as
Yes.
adopted?
Yes.
Now, are they somewhere else? Or
Yes.
are they only being right? So they're in two locations, but they're both part of the statutory development plan.
Yes.
Yeah. But I could change one. I could change the ones in the appendices to the plan, but I can't change the standalone ones. That's not within my remit.
Well, we would suggest that you don't change the appendix either, as I say, because the latest council position is it's just there for the plan user for information only, and I think that our response makes that clear.
Okay. Well, what I'm trying to understand here, Mr. Stott, is other than being user friendly, why append them to the LDP? It seems to be introducing an element of confusion, and we'll come on to the incompatibility issue in a minute. But other than user friendliness, is there any other reason to append them?
No, as I say, it was trying to be helpful for plan users so they had all the local planning guidance in one document.
Do parties have any comments in terms of changing policy 15 to a statement of fact? I mean, to be frank, it's not really a policy as it's written. You know, you wouldn't really apply it, but effectively it just says that we've got these development briefs. You should look at those and apply them. Parties comfortable for it to swap from being a policy to just a statement? Yeah, Mr. Pritchett, you've got your hand up.
Okay, getting slightly lost. If I've always assumed that they're in the plan, so they are part of this development plan, which a user reads and assesses and looks as to whether that brief is relevant to the development being proposed. I can't understand if it's in the plan, it stays in the plan, that's fine. If it's taken out of the plan, are these briefs still relevant? What then? They were statically adopted, and we were involved in the adoption process of the Inches Reg More one. If they're not in the text of this plan, what do they become, if anything?
Okay, and that's really the crux of this matter. So, because parties have raised inconsistencies between what's shown on the proposals maps and what's shown in the development brief, we've got to ask this question about what the relationship is. Now, these are statutory parts of the development plan. So they're, at the minute, they're standalone documents, but they're part of the statutory development plan. Now, when you adopt a new LDP, any supplementary guidance that's associated with it ceases to have effect. So that's the question of which supplementary guidance is hooked off which plan. Because as far as I'm aware, 4 of the development briefs will continue as statutory supplementary guidance on adoption of the proposed plan, because they're hooked off the Highland-wide local development plan. There's a bit of ambiguity about what happens with Inverness East. Does it cease to have effect because it may be hooked off of the current adopted Inner Moray Firth LDP? And there's a bit of ambiguity, and that's not for me to say, that's for the council or other parties to determine whether it still has statutory effect. But there are options for the council, and we can discuss those, whether the council wants to try and re-adopt the Inverness East development brief, and or as per its development plan scheme, if it wants to continue those as non-statutory planning guidance. So that's my understanding. The difficulty that I am trying to explore at the minute is, if these supplementary guidance are appended to a plan that has an internal inconsistency, which the council's acknowledged, it recognises that, adopted at the same time, how can one take precedence over the other? So that's what I'm trying to get to the crux of. And Mr. Stotts helpfully said that other than being user-friendly, and we've got this little issue to do with Inverness East, that there's no reason for them to be appended necessarily to the plan. So back to yourself, Mr. Pritchett. For your area, Inches and Raigmore, my understanding is currently you have a supplementary guidance development brief. That situation will not change until adoption of the Highland-wide local development plan 2. Is that correct, Mr. Stott?
Yes. So again, in our written case, but the deadline for producing new style LDPs for the whole country is May 2028. We hope to have the new Highland local development plan prepared before then. But yeah, we basically the Inches Regmore development brief will continue in force, having some force, if you like, until the new Highland local development plan is adopted, probably in 2027 or early 2028. But the phrase again in our written case is which prevails over which in terms of new style local development plans and MPF4. We're using the same phrase that's in the Act, that whichever is the latest in terms of a local development plan or the development brief, the later in date would prevail as the council's position for a particular parcel of land. So in terms of Mr. Pritchard's land, if the proposed plan for Dell of Inches for that particular site is adopted as currently in the proposed plan, then that would supersede, I suppose, or would outdate the content of the Inches and Regmore development brief for that same piece of land.
Yes, and you appreciate at this time, if you were to adopt the plan with its appendices, that statement almost doesn't make sense because they would both be readopted at the same time. Whereas if I decouple the supplementary guidance from the plan, that statement might make more sense.
Yes, sir. If you feel the need, then yes, the council would support having the development briefs on a different page of the website. I still think a cross-reference to the fact that they exist would be useful, and I think some of the site allocations cross-refer to the development briefs as well. Several of the site allocations cross-refer to the development brief. So hyperlinks, even, I mean, other plans we've produced have actually hyperlinked where other documents are mentioned. So that might be a useful way around the issue of them not being in the appendix, if that's what you decide.
Yes, I mean, your policy 15, which may or may not become a factual statement, still refers to the fact that these exist. So would point a reader to their existence. Now, whether they use a hyperlink or not, I'm sure that's a non-notifiable modification the council could do at a later date. Doesn't require my direction to do that. Mr. Pritchard.
I think I can follow that, but my question is it therefore for the reader of all these documents to try and decide which, if any, of these documents have been superseded by other documents, or even which parts of the documents have been superseded or potentially are out of date, and you need to try and weigh everything up together and see which documents are as it were, the most up-to-date, and therefore the policy documents, because there are, taking the Inches Regmore development brief, it has road proposals in it, it has an extension to the Inches district centre in it, that is not followed through into the Inner Moray Firth local development plan allocations. So is that going to be explained anywhere, or is it just for the reader to try and make their own minds up as to which bits are superseded by which documents?
Well, my understanding, Mr. Pritchett, and I'll get Mr. Stott or Ms. Mackay to confirm, is the beginning of the plan under status. It currently has a sentence that says things have moved, in a summary, things have moved on. Council's attitude to development has changed in some circumstances. So it says, in the event of any incompatibility between a provision of these plans and the most up-to-date plan will prevail as the council's policy on that issue. So is that correct, Mr. Stott, that if the development brief says something, but the LDP says something else, the council's approach is that the LDP would take precedent?
Yes.
And it would be for a decision maker to determine where there was an inconsistency. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, you know, there's, as you said before, so there's various parts of the development plan now. You know, I'm an MPF4 as well, so any decision maker or taker would have to have regard to lots of things, and it could be it could be the Inches and Regmore development brief, it could be the Highland Wide local development plan, it could be the Inner Moray Firth 2 plan, and it could be MPF4 as well. So you could have 4 documents saying slightly different things about the same piece of land. It's going to be very complex, but yeah, any decision taker or maker will have to assess all 4 of those things.
Okay, so I mean, paired to that, we've got the text about precedent. The council had originally said in its schedule for response that where there's an inconsistency, we could grey out areas shown in the LDP. Now, is that still an option?
No, sir. I think given what we've just talked about, it would be easier just to, as you say, have a good cross references within the plan, taking the plan user to the original development brief content. So yeah, there's no no need therefore to grey out or highlight bits that apply.
Right. Well, I think we all understand that if I did that and decoupled these development briefs, 4 of them would continue as being statutory and part of the development plan. There's ambiguity then over what happens to Inverness East. So what does the council think would happen? Is it your intention? Do you think, one, it would continue to be statutory supplementary guidance? Would you intend to re-adopt it as statutory supplementary guidance, or would you look to use it as non-statutory planning guidance?
I think my colleague Lynn McKenna may be able to offer an answer on this one.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Stott. Yeah, like you say, there's a few different options there for us, and unlike the other supplementary guidances, it's not neatly hooked off the Highland-wide plan. I mean, one option that I think Tim outlined in our written statement was that we could sort of provide further detail as a hook for that development brief within the proposed plan, possibly within the Inverness East placemaking priorities. You could say the Inverness East development brief exists. We could provide what the principles of that supplementary guidance are. But I think, like I say, the issue then, if we want to carry forward existing supplementary guidance adopted to a new plan, we have to consult on it. So we would need to, one view could be we've sort of already consulted on it because it was an appendix to the proposed plan when it was published, and that was a form of consultation. Or we would have to reconsult. I do see that being slightly problematic. I mean, the brief was adopted in 2018, so it's relatively up to date. It's a really good detailed brief that's we've had a lot of buy-in from the different landowners and developers that are involved. So we definitely do want it to have some weight. You mentioned the other option could be non-statutory supplementary guidance, and I think in some circumstances that could possibly be okay in this instance because we do generally have good buy-in from most of the developers and the communities involved in that brief. To be honest, I'm not sure what the best option is. I think our preference would possibly be to try and argue that we have already consulted on it and we would be able to just re-adopt it alongside the plan once we adopt it. And I understand that we can continue to prepare supplementary guidance until I think it's March 2025. So if we were to reconsult, we would have time to do that if that's what we decided we wanted to do.
Okay, I mean, so if these were decoupled from the plan, 4 would continue. 1, there's a question mark over it. Now, it's not for me to say what you should do with it, but you have options, and there's a legal implication to whatever you choose. I can't tell you what route to take. I suppose the question is for this would have happened with this brief being appended to the plan. It wouldn't happen. It would continue to be statutory. So I understood that from Mr. Stott in his initial response on development briefs. So this issue would arise if I take them away. Now, I suppose the question is for the key stakeholders of this document. So the person here, Mr. Burnett, you're probably best placed, bearing in mind that I think that's your client is involved in that area. Do you have a particular view on what happens to development brief?
Well, oddly, not really, because the brief is silent in relation to my client site. So other than talking about external active travel connections. So I'm happy to go with the council's solution.
Right, I think for my purposes, I think we've actually gone through all of the questions down to 22. So is there any other points or comments that anyone would like to make about development briefs before we get on to the site specifics? No. Okay. Right, if we can move on to look at Dell of Inches, that's allocation INS03. Now, the development brief and the plan show different outcomes for this particular site, and that to some extent could be overcome if the development brief is no longer part of the plan. So, Mr. Pritchett, this is your client's site. The development brief obviously shows it for something. I think the plan shows it for most of those uses, but also includes housing. So I'd be interested to understand where the notion of housing came from the council, and what confidence you have that it's deliverable. And I have seen the programming that you've submitted for FIR 003 in terms of housing starting to deliver by 2027 on this site, I think. So it's just to try and understand where that's come from.
Sure. Well, I mean, following the 20-minute neighbourhood concept, we think that putting new housing close to where shops and other uses exist is a good idea. There's housing adjacent to the site to the south, some housing to the north. In terms of how feasible it is, yeah, I mean, obviously it's a commercial decision for the owner on who they sell to and when and for what use. You do some research though, and sorry, this research is available to you, sir, through the Knocknagale Community Asset Transfer Request Appeal. I can give you the DBA reference. So it's CAT/270/1. So CAT-270-1, and that, although it was about a community asset transfer refusal appeal, there's evidence on housing land values given in that from Graham and Sibbald, a local chartered surveying company, and it's very recent. It's an April 2023 assessment of what Inverness housing land values are, and that report, as I say, which you can read yourself, concluded that there was a mean value of between 400,000 and 425,000 per acre for part serviced land. So that's so if we apply that housing land value between 400 and 425,000 per acre, the Dell of Inches site is 3 hectares. So we're looking at a gross value of just over £3 million. And if you've read the submissions on the housing requirements issue paper, so you'll be aware of the list of house builders trying to get more sites zoned. So I think that in itself demonstrates that there is a desire from the volume house builders at least to land bank, if not to develop sites for housing. And as I say, those land values, at least obviously we need to compare it to what the retail land value would be, but we have provided evidence on this hearing case about the over the last 8 years, how many planning applications or decisions have been for new build, very few. So I think, say that those are housing land values. So a gross value of over £3 million in housing land value terms for the site. I'm sure at the peak of a retail market. So, for example, Mr. Pritchard will know probably I think the Tesco Dawes Road site went for 2.5 million for 11 acres, but that was a long time ago. So I can't imagine that retail land values are that much greater, if they are indeed greater at all, than housing land values at the moment. So yeah, so I think for those reasons, we think it may. I can't say with any certainty because, as I say, obviously it's a commercial decision for the landowner. But I think that there is pressure for housing, severe pressure from builders to land bank sites, and that Graham and Sibbald assessment of housing land values points to quite a sizable land value for the site.
Okay, it's fine for me to say that I'm dealing with a Knockingale site beside the bull breeding area, so I'm aware of that context. Just for my purposes, you know, we don't have something called effective housing per se anymore. You know, MPF 4 talks about a deliverable pipeline, and okay, I can understand commercial land value, but I'm interested to understand why the value of the land for a particular use indicates why it's deliverable if the landowner has no intention of ever bringing it forward for that use. Why would I allocate a site for housing if it's got no potential for that use? I mean, I could allocate anywhere in Inverness for housing, but it may not come forward because the owner doesn't want to do that for whatever reason.
Sorry, your question 23 asked whether it was feasible as well. So, that housing land value information was to indicate that it may be feasible. Obviously, yes. I mean, as I've said already, it's a commercial decision for the landowner, but landowners, in my experience, tend to go for the highest value use that they can get, and the market does change. So, for example, industrial land values are incredibly high at the moment. So, yeah, I'm guessing the Aberdeen, as the landowner, will be looking for the highest value use. And if the retail market is as low as I claim it is, then yeah, the housing may be a viable use for them. But yeah, I would accept fully that it's their commercial decision.
Okay, I'll come to yourself in a minute, Mr. Pritchard, but Mr. Clark, you've got your hand up.
Thank you, sir. I suppose I just wanted to maybe, you know, make a point. I think Mr. Stott, at least 3 times there, stated as if it were fact that house builders were seeking to land bank. And I just certainly have been involved in development for 35 years, and a lot of that has been in housing. And particularly at the land values he's talking about, I don't know of any house builder who actively seeks to pay that type of money without seeking to develop it and get a return. And I think it's a wee bit misleading to state on the record without any substantiation that house building or the house building industry is seeking purely to land bank.
Okay, that might be a matter that comes up in a subsequent hearing, but thank you, Mr. Clark. Mr. Pritchett, I'm interested in the housing aspect. I'm also interested in asking whether or not putting housing as a potential use for the site would also be without a capacity or even with a capacity. Would that be an impediment to your client?
First of all, like Mr. Clark, I take exception to Mr. Stott making suggestions about value when he has no idea what is in Aberdeen's profit and loss account for this site. I don't know whether he understands it's about rate of return on the investment. It's not about gross land values. Gross land values are fairly meaningless unless you know what is in the books of a certain developer or landowner, and then what the costs are. I think I've stated in some of my submissions is that this council is looking for circa £2 million off this landowner, and also free land to build roads, and presumably there'll be other costs as well when housing comes into it, education, health, etc., etc. So I don't think it's of any secret Mr. Stott wants to identify this land as housing because he wants to make sure it's not built for retailing, and housing is the next natural development scenario. To add value into it, I think, is just an irrelevant factor. It should be based on whether or not this site is appropriate for the land uses being put forward. My submission has always been, Mr. Stott has no evidence again on what the retail market is actually doing. There are no big boxes available virtually now across Scotland, and Inverness is no exception. So all of the take-up has been taken up in the retail market in existing large stores. A local development plan is about the future. Mr. Stott and I do not know exactly where the future is going to go on retailing, but I do know after 30 years it continues to go. And when there is demand, developers build. And I've got lots of retail proposals. I'm sure other practitioners do have them in planning at the moment. So it is not right to say there is no demand. That simply is wrong and unsubstantiated. The point on that is this developer landowner purchased this site always with a view to expanding Inches District Centre. That's always been the proposal. It's always been in the development plan from when it began as part of the development plan and in the development brief. So that's always been the proposal. And I have still really found no evidence as to say why that shouldn't be a proposal of the development plan. There are no other centres, if we class these as centres, which can be expanded. So if you're looking at a sustainable approach, this site, I think, is the only site in Inverness that could expand an existing centre if there is demand for retailing. And in forward planning for the next 5, 10, 15 years, I think it's entirely correct to identify the land as it is to expand the centre. Your question as to whether it could be developed for residential, I'm sure it could be developed for residential because it's a greenfield site, but it's not about the value of that. It's where this site has been in the development plan process and where it should be now. And our response has always been this is the only site to expand the centre, and we've always promoted mixed uses. We've got allotments, we've got small retail stores, we've got a bar restaurant for local people, and larger retail stores. So there's no evidence before you, sir, to suggest this is a residential site, and values don't come into it. So the development brief still exists. Mr. Stott says it will continue to exist. It should remain as that. I don't see any other reason to change it for the time being.
Okay, and that in a sense is the challenge, that there's an inconsistency now between the brief. So the brief says, as far as I'm aware, that this site, now whether or not, I'm slightly confused about the council saying they didn't really want this. It was on appeal if the brief endorses these uses, but it has shops, services, healthcare, nursing home, residential accommodation with care. So there's an element of residential, food and drink, hotel, community uses. But the LDP allocation, if I've got this right, it's solely for 150 houses. So if the status of the plan statement is correct, that whichever came latter takes precedent, where there's an inconsistency, then what does that mean for this site? If a proposal comes forward for the mix of uses in the development brief, Does the council say no, it's allocated for housing in the LDP?
If we thought that there was any reasonable prospect of the mix of uses identified in the development brief happening on the Dell of Interest site, then perhaps we would give more credence to the development brief relative to a housing only allocation in the new proposed plan. But as I say, as Mr. Pritchard's outlined, there's a long history of planning applications and appeals, and one granted appeal, one refused or dismissed recently. But I mean, yeah, Mr. Pritchard's. I think we've supplied you with the layout, so you'll be aware of what the current proposals are, and none of those current proposals match the terms of the development brief. So if we thought that they might, or if Mr. Pritchard and his client were open to a negotiation, if you like, on a better designed, genuinely mixed use development, then yes, I think we would be open to that chat. But there's been no appetite from Mr. Pritchard or his client for changing the layout. They're going full steam ahead, as you'll have seen from the MSC applications, with the original layout.
I'm not, through this examination, I'm not wholly interested in ongoing negotiations or what has happened or is proposed at the minute. What I'm interested in is a decision maker down the line using the development plan is going to encounter an inconsistency. So if Mr. Pritchard comes forward for his client for a mixed use scheme in the site, of course, the history of the site, the fact it has extent planning permission for however long that lasts, that's going to be a factor. But over the top of that is the fact it's now allocated for 150 homes. And I'm trying to understand where that allocation came from. Did a house builder or a landowner or a promoter come to the council and say, we're interested in building houses on this plot of land, can you put it in the LDP?
No. We looked again at the what we felt was the optimum future use of the site. We were, obviously, you have to take account of what the market demand is, what the planning applications are for that piece of land. And as I say, the planning application demand for the future use of the site wasn't compatible with the terms of the development brief. So we took a decision to move on. And you'll be aware from the housing requirements issue, we are looking to find new housing sites in and around Inverness where they are well connected. I mean, it's a flat site. It's close to shops, close to jobs. So in our view, it's under the terms of MPF4 in a 20-minute neighbourhood. It's a pretty ideal place for housing use. And as I explained in the written case, it was first identified in 2008 because there was various trunk link road proposals, various major road proposals that were going to scythe through these fields. So obviously, if we were putting a major road through it, wouldn't be suitable for housing at that time. So the original idea was that it might be reasonable to round off the retail park if there was a major road going through it, and there was a balance of land after the road scheme had been done. We didn't have any optimum future use. Why not allow the retail park operator to extend, which is why that was the original reason for there ever being any retail allocation on that land. But that road proposal is not going through these fields now. The Eastlink scheme has been developed and agreed, and it doesn't have any incursion into those fields. So recently, it has become far more suitable for housing. As I say, recently, as in after the development brief. So the Inches and Regmore development brief, I think, was Lynn will correct me. I think 2015. I think it was. So things have moved on again. So that's why the idea of housing in the current proposed plan is different to what's the optimum mix of uses as outlined in the 2015 development brief.
Okay, now I'm sorry to keep pushing on this, Mr. Stott, but have you done this with any other site in the Inner Moray Firth LDP? Are there any other sites that haven't come forward by a house builder, an owner, or promoter for housing that the council's determined should be allocated for housing?
Well, I suppose there's one over the road. That there's one the INS 15, the Drakey's buffer.
But you're deleting
area.
that.
Yes, yeah, we are. Yes, but from what was contained in the proposed plan, yeah, we've looked at every site and see whether the use or the mix of uses promoted in 2015 is still a suitable mix of use or an optimum use for that site.
But what I'm trying to understand is, when you've allocated other sites for any use, there must be a reason to do that. There must be someone telling you, we're keen to promote this. Unless the council's adopted an approach that you're going to look at all land or something across Inverness and scale it and decide that's good for housing, we'll allocate it for that. I'm just trying to understand, is this a one-off, or is this something that you've done consistently through your allocations?
Yeah, no, sorry, we don't just put sites in a local development plan that the landowner has told us to. I mean, we assess every parcel of land as to what the optimum future use of that parcel of land is. So we don't just wait for the call for sites process and only consider ones that the development industry put under our noses. We consider. In fact, in the Inverness East development brief, we actively approached landowners to see whether they were prepared to make the land available, because we thought it was in the optimum place. So yeah, no, we don't just look at sites that the development industry puts to us through the call for sites. We decide what we believe are the optimum sites, and yeah, that there is normally, I'd have to consider a contact with the landowner or the agent at that point to see whether it's likely that their client or the landowner will release the land at some point within the lifetime of the plan, because obviously you don't want to zone it if there's if the landowner is definitely not going to release it. But yeah, this Dell of Inches site coming back again. I mean, it's had a development allocation. The landowner wants to develop it. We're just seeking to persuade them to develop it for a different use.
Thank you. Mr. Pritchett.
There's quite a few things in there, but the one major thing is pretty much the only reason why this site hasn't come forward is because the council hasn't built a road, and hasn't built a road for a long period of time. The site can't be marketed. Mr. Stott continually says about speculative development on the land. We have been to the development market a number of times, but we cannot give them a site because the council is in control of the land, and we've been looking at how to access the site. So to suggest in some way that the council was never supportive of this and we didn't come forward with anything is simply wrong. The difficulty with this site has always been the council's delay in bringing forward road proposals. So the site would have been developed. Well, I had an application for B&Q on this site in 2004. That didn't go ahead, but the main issue has always been the road proposals. In terms of the way in which this land would be developed, is we've been entirely consistent with the brief all along, and we've taken the brief into account. Mr. Stott has recently been commenting, and I have to say I do take slight exception with him saying he still doesn't agree with our layouts. I have matter specified applications running at the moment, which I'm dealing with another officer of the council, and I wouldn't like to think that Mr. Stott is prejudicing a live application that I've got running for the applicant, but we are still in a process here with an extant planning permission. So we have a planning permission granted by a reporter, which is noted in the brief which the council produced, That brief remains extant, still part of the development plan. And I simply can't understand why it is that the council now is seeking, after all that time, to deallocate the land from what it's been zoned for more than a decade into residential, which has never been promoted by the landowner. I think you've asked the question, says, where did it come from? We have no idea where it came from.
Mr. Pritchard, could I just pick you up on 2 points there? One, do you know when does the extant planning permission fall? And the second point is, you said that you can't access the site. Is there some ransom strip, or is it to do with the access around the I don't think this plan's orientated correctly, but is it to do with the access?
There's a long back story to that, sir, in that we think we can access the site. And we have sought consent to access the site. And I have still applications to access the site. And the council keeps refusing access into the site. So it is not for want of trying that we have not brought this site forward. The last formal application I lodged for access was in 2019, and that was refused planning permission by the council. So this applicant and this landowner has continually tried to develop the site in what we would class as being in accordance with the brief. So I think it is slightly unfair on Mr. Stott that's saying, we've not brought it forward, it's been allocated for a long period of time. Aberdeen would have developed this site a long, long time ago. So just as a slight expansion, we think we can access the site. It is the council that is not supporting access of the site as it presently stands.
And just when does your planning permission fall?
The planning permission will fall at the determination of our matter specified. I can't lodge any more matter specifieds. I have live applications in for matter specified. The planning consent fell under COVID on the 31st of March, and we have live applications in to develop the site out with detailed matters in with the council at the moment, undetermined.
Okay, I'll come back to yourself, Mr. Stott, and if you just help me out as well with the developer requirements for if it was housing. Is there an access issue with this site?
Yes, so there's whatever. Well, if it is an intensive development of the site, yes, there's as I've said before, the local road network is very constrained. It's probably the most congested part of the town. In contrast to Mr. Pritchard's view, the council's view is that the Aberdeen could have developed the site very easily, but they weren't prepared to design and pay for a road improvements that resolve capacity issues. It's basically, so it's a long argument between the transport consultants of Aberdeen and the council as to what impact the development of the site would have on the local road network. So the very divergent points of view on whether the site can be accessed or not. So sorry, it physically can be accessed. There isn't any ransom. It's just a case of the nature and therefore the cost of road improvements that are required to access the site. Aberdeen would like to do it more cheaply than the council would like it to be done, and it's arguments between transport consultants as which design adds capacity or doesn't make the congestion any worse. So there's a very ongoing debate between the two transport consultants. But yeah, there's no physical or ransom issue that prevents the development of the site. I'm sure this is, if you wanted to read your colleagues' appeal on this, there's great detail from the transport consultants contained in that, so you'll be able to get a more factual account, I suppose, of that through the appeal decision letters. I mean, there's two. It was originally granted on appeal, and as I say, a renewal of the same proposal or a very similar proposal was dismissed on appeal in March.
Okay, thank you. If I require that, then I'll ask parties. We don't necessarily go and hunt for information, so if necessary, I'll seek for that. Mr. Clark, I will come to yourself, Mr. Pritchard, but Mr. Clark, you've had your hand up for a wee while. You have something to say?
Yes, thanks. I mean, I don't want to detract from the main point, but you did ask Mr. Stott if the council had zoned other housing land that was known to have an owner who didn't want to see the site developed for housing, and I'm sure this will come up in the specific housing section, but it's well known within the development industry that Ashton Farm in Inverness East is owned by Mr. Monroe, who's made it very clear that regardless of cost or value, he has no intention of seeing any of his land developed for housing.
Yes, you might have gleaned by the way that we allocate our Schedule 4s that actually I have that before me as well, so I'm aware of that. As I'm covering Inverness East and South, so that's why I understand these issues. Back to yourself, Mr. Pritchett.
I'd just like it noted, sir, that Mr. Stott's comment about Aberdeen wanting to build their site cheaper than they would like it to be in terms of roads is factually incorrect, and I'd like that formally noted, that he has not been involved in lengthy discussions we've had with transportation officers. There has been offers on the table from Aberdeen for long periods of time regarding land being gifted to the council and other monies which are probably not appropriate for this discussion, but I think Aberdeen and myself take exception to those kind of comments. That's not appropriate for a large-scale investor and pension fund holder to suggest that we're trying to get away on the cheap. That's simply incorrect.
I think if we pull this back to where we started, so currently where we're at, the LDP allocates this for housing up to 150 homes. Now, I just want to explore that slightly further. So the programming I have from the council is by year 4, 25 houses developed on the site, 5 in year 5 and 20 in year 6, leaving a capacity of 100 in year 11 onward. Is that just the council's notion? Because you don't, as you said, you don't have a house builder nor a promoter.
Yes, so the obviously, as I've confirmed already, it depends on the commercial decision of the landowner to release it for that use or to enter a joint venture, perhaps with a house builder.
Okay, and to yourself, Mr. Pritchett, and to the council, what to do with this? So the council's position is that it's now allocated for housing, and the supplementary guidance, which is statutory, doesn't disappear. But if the statement in the plan remains, then the plan would take precedent over what the development brief says. So the development brief has a range of uses, which I think, Mr. Pritchard, your client is endorsing. But the plan itself is endorsing housing now. So in summary, I presume the council wishes to retain the housing allocation for the reasons it's given. But Mr. Pritchard, you would like that removed, and the uses that are in the supplementary guidance should be shown for this allocation. Is that correct?
I think that all along, I'm not entirely sure what the council, where it wants to end up here, but I don't see why it is seeking to change the land use strategy here. The brief, as you say, exists as part of the plan. To allocate it for housing and nothing else doesn't seem to be warranted at all. If the brief stays, I don't see why it can't stay as white land in the plan with the brief taking precedence. I don't see, to have it is part of the land supply without a willing developer at the moment seems to be quite obscure. It will be far better off to continue to do what has been done for many years. The commercial centre is allocated. The brief remains as part of the statutory development plan. It stays as white land. If the council wants to say, or you can have housing, it's white land, you can have housing, but I don't see why it needs to be stated it shall only be housing. As I've been trying to explain, the reasons why this site hasn't been developed for anything is because of the council's own issues with road proposals, which are linked to the East Link, to be honest. It's the East Link, Transport Scotland, inches, lots of different factors. And Mr. Stott's not the issue there. There's big wider issues about roads and road funding in this area. But I think to be ultra specific on this site is not helpful to anybody.
Okay, so retain it as white land. Now, you made a point there, Mr. Pritchard, that it could still come forward as housing. I'm not sure that's as straightforward as maybe it was previously, based on, and you may not be aware of it, but MPF 4 policy 16 on housing. So that supports allocated sites in LDP for housing. But where they're not allocated, there's a series of criteria that need to be gone through, including whether or not the agreed programming has been built out, and there are other criteria. So certainly one option could be to keep it as white land within the settlement boundary, but it's just to make you aware. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't thinking of the specifics, but I was just worried, as I think you've been mentioning, about specific allocations for numbers of units and coming forward over a specific period of time. I fully appreciate that for any scheme to come forward on here, it would need to comply with MPF 4. So yes, policy 16, quality homes would need to be accounted for.
Mr. Stott, do you have any further comments about this particular issue?
Well, if you think it wasn't suitable or feasible or deliverable for housing, then one of the other options you identified, so was the cutting it out of the settlement development area, cutting it out of the city boundary and returning it to a green wedge, which is what it was in the the 1994 Inverness Culloden and Ardesea local plan and the Inverness local plan of 2006, which Mr. Pritchard's kindly drawn to your attention.
I mean, is that a serious proposition? I mean, the settlement boundary in the adopted plan includes it. And you've shown it in the settlement boundary in the proposed plan. So I don't think do I have any remit to remove it back to greenfield land?
I thought in one of your early questions, you'd posed those options.
No, I was saying what should I do to it? And Mr. Pritchard was saying it could go to white land, and you'd be reliant on what's in the supplementary guidance to inform what happens on the ground.
Yeah, as I say, if probably the optimum use for the site is mixed use. If we could have some housing, smaller retail units, community units with good active travel links, good public transport links, the Inches corridor scheme happening at the right time, that's what would happen in a perfect world. But unfortunately, we aren't in that world. We have current planning applications that are proposing something very different to that. So, yeah, I guess we are partly reacting to the landowner and developers' intentions here as expressed through the applications that are lodged, and very similar applications which have been lodged for a long time.
So finally, in this point, Mr. Pritchard mentioned that there's an ongoing application which is live. I'm assuming it's just one matter specified in conditions application. And do we know when a decision might be made on that?
So I think there's four of them live still. Mr. Pritchard will know more than me. One was to when Lidl were looking at the Drakey's buffer area site. One of them was intended to try and entice Lidl to the Delavinches fields. So that was removing the restriction on convenience food, I think. So that's still pending, I think, Mr. Pritchard. And one's for the access road and the allotments only. And I'm sorry, I can't recall what the other two are for. This was in our written case, sir. So if you need it all, it's all in the council's written case.
Yes, what I'm trying to understand is whether or not there'll be a conclusion to those prior to the examination finishing.
Well, as Mr. Pritchard rightly pointed out, I shouldn't prejudge the outcome of any application. So I think a decision is likely, but whether that decision helps you, sir, I don't know.
Okay, I just wondered if there was a processing agreement or anything with a kind of deadline for making a decision on these, but some of you may be aware we get a monthly update on what's happening in terms of planning applications. So I'll see it through that if something changes. Any further comments on the Delavinches site, or indeed anything to do with the Inches and Raigmore development brief? Okay. Now it's 4:20. We have two options. We can take a short break now, or we can push on with the remaining discussion. And there aren't many points left. So are parties happy to continue? Yeah. Okay. Is there any comments from anyone about Nestside North allocation? No, I mean, I have everything in writing, so I'm quite content with that. Now, turning to allocation INE 09 Eastfield Way. Do you have any comments on that? I guess that would turn to yourself, Ms. Monroe, and Mr. Clark.
Thank you. Yeah. Hopefully Brian's still here. Sorry, Mr. Clark's still here. I guess some of the points we want to make on this is obviously, I think we're sort of relying on our statements that we've already made. Just want to reiterate that obviously we support the council's allocation of a wider range of uses on the site. The site has been, Mr. Clark will have more details on this, but the site's been marketed for a number of years for sort of business and office uses with very limited interest in those areas. They've had various other interests for other uses. We supported our the MIR submission with some marketing evidence from, I think it was Graham and Sibbald, so another local surveyors with advice and their own research around the sort of office and business market, particularly around obviously the oversupply of vacant office space in Inverness and sort of the other more suitable locations, Fairways, Beechwood, the UHI campus. So I guess we sought to obviously broaden the range of uses on the site, just with the sort of market information that we had, sort of interest from other operators, some sort of leisure operators. So we obviously sort of made the reps through through the plan process to widen the uses. I guess we there's current operator interest in the site. Mr. Clark can go into that in sort of further detail. I guess we sort of recognise that actually it's not technically in the adopted commercial centre at the minute. I'm not entirely clear why it wasn't actually. It looks like a sort of minor exclusion. But obviously a great deal of importance is placed on it, or it's recognised in the Inverness East development brief. So we also, I guess, we would definitely welcome the council's interest in redrawing the commercial centre boundary to include the site. We would support them with that. Yeah, I think there's a few statements made by the council in their statements that we would agree with. So sort of definitely that the ancillary elements that we're proposing is kind of integral to the sort of single operator brewery experience, rather than a kind of speculative unit. I don't think it's not feasible or viable really to disaggregate these different elements of the scheme. And yeah, I think our reps are quite clear on our position in terms of the various sort of sequential and town centre assessments, but likewise would agree with the council where they state, any assessment would need to be proportional to the scale and kind of the site.
If I can maybe just add to that, just by way of context, Hazeldene, who own the site, were also owners of the site that's now under construction for the new build prison. And we've worked closely with the council on a number of initiatives to promote and increase both this site and also the adjoining retail park to improve active travel, including providing land for a new dedicated bus-only overbridge over the railway that adjoins the prison site. And more recently, we've also provided land for a recently constructed new pedestrian and cycle bridge that links the retail park site on Eastfield Way, as we know it, to the A96, and also links in with the hotel and restaurant and public house developments that are existing in this area. We've worked with the council. We've brought forward a proposal from a major local employer, Black Isle Brewery, who are looking to substantially increase their business, and we're going through a pre-app application process with the council for a new brewery, which would involve obviously brewing beer and canning operation alongside a cafe and a small retail outlet for the brewery's products. There's been fairly extensive discussions with the planning authority, and we're aiming to submit a planning application for this within about the next 6 weeks or so. I think there's a pre-app already diaried with the council, and certainly we've had extensive discussions, particularly with Scottish Water, in terms of the use, given both its water usage and also its effluent discharge.
Sorry, if you just give me 1 second, thank you. Just check something. Thank you. I was just checking the unresolved representation from yourselves in relation to the site. Mr. Burnett, and then I'll ask a further question.
Thank you. Yeah, my objection to this allocation is the addition of Class 11 leisure, which is not based on any evidence of need. It doesn't sound, from what I've just heard, that it's required, given there's an application for a brewery. Comes back to my point about commercial centres having sequential preference over out of centre. There's no such thing as edge of commercial centre, there's edge of town centre, as we said earlier. So I think back to earlier discussion as well about trying to support proposals that sustain the commercial centres. It's better to have a mechanism to check whether there are any opportunities to accommodate leisure in the commercial centre before you would support it on effectively an out of centre site. On the point about including the site within the commercial centre boundary, that wasn't part of Hazeldene's representations, so I'm not sure that that's a unresolved matter. But there's an implication there that if the boundary was extended onto that site, then it would be deemed to be suitable for retail and leisure, because that's the allocation for the commercial centre. I can't see how that can be justified. As you might imagine, I'm slightly surprised the council are prepared to support new footfall generating development on an out of centre site, given all the objections Mr. Stops raised to that about accommodating it in the commercial centre. So yeah, I don't think there's a justification for leisure. It shouldn't be supported until it's at least been sequentially tested on the commercial centre, and there shouldn't be an extension of the commercial centre boundary to include this site.
Oh, well, firstly, I apologise. I was typing away while I was unmuted, so if you heard any tapping, sorry. Mr. Burnett, I just want to check yourself and your client. Did you put in an unresolved representation of concern about this particular allocation?
Yes, we did, raising the point about the additional leisure use.
Yeah. Okay. Obviously, I have to be delicate here because there's a live or potentially live application on the site. So back to yourself, Mr. Clark.
Thank you. I mean, as I said earlier, I'm not a planner, and as I made the point earlier, I think, you know, my understanding of the planning system is that it's meant to look to the future, and it's meant to look at appropriate land uses and what's good for an area and how that will work in the future, and do that disregarding ownership. And as I said earlier, I think the objections that have come from Mr. Burnett on behalf of his client, I think have got more to do, or they've certainly got as much to do with ownership as they have to actual land use. You know, I made the point just there and now, you know, the two major initiatives that have been delivered on this site to increase and improve active travel have both been on sites that aren't part of the commercial centre. Seeking to draw the boundaries as tight as they are, i.e. around their ownership, ignores the interrelationship between their retail park and these other land uses, and indeed the active travel implications of that. To my knowledge, there hasn't been a single active travel initiative that the retail park have actually delivered, certainly in the time in the last 7 or 8 years that I've been involved in this. Mr. Burnett also made a great virtue of his clients' sustainable projects and their initiatives, and I see that he's submitted a very nice infographic about their aspirations. I think it's important, and that's all very commendable. But I think it's also important to bear in mind that while I've got no reason to doubt the sincerity of his client's intentions, if you look at the Sunday Times business section from Sunday, it stated that British Land are in active negotiations to sell a number of their assets, including Inverness Retail Park. So I'm not sure how that sits alongside whether that the commitment to sustainability will be part of the sale process. So, as I say, I think the proposal that we're bringing forward with a major local employer, we've had great dialogue with the council. We've worked with them to deliver these active travel initiatives, which are actually there and are actually in operation. And I think there's a lot to commend, including this site within the commercial centre.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Burnett.
Yeah, just to say, Mr. Clark didn't justify why leisure is required as part of this allocation in anything he just said. And also, just to repeat, if you include this site within the boundary of the commercial centre, you're opening it up to all sorts of uses that the council have included in the allocation. I think it's better to keep this site allocated separately from the commercial centre and allocated for the actual uses that are needed to bring it forward.
Okay, well, as I said before, if I need to know more about the boundaries of commercial centres, I'll write out to parties and ask about that. In terms of how this works in practice, so the Inverness East development brief shows this area of land, if I'm correct, for business and office use. Is that right, Mr. Stott?
Yes, so there's been a long-standing. Sorry, this was originally when there was an Inverness retail park, and then there was a business park, and this was part of the business park, not the retail park. So with a long-standing desire and the original planning permission way back, identified this piece of land as part of the business park. So we've been fighting appeals on it for a long time, trying to reserve it for business use. We do at like the retail market, the office market is down compared to what it was. Certainly, COVID hasn't helped the office demand either. So we do recognise that trying to insist on a class 4 business use, i.e., it was originally reserved for an HQ office, a huge office that we were trying to attract to this frontage site. We recognise, given changes in the office market, the impact of COVID, home working, that it's almost certainly not viable for an HQ office user. So we're looking at we're trying to encourage the landowner and other interests to pursue as uses as close as possible to a business use. And we certainly in the pre-application advice that we've given, we think that the brewery proposal, which is the primary use, we would argue, is business or even in industrial. So yeah, we think it's a business or an industrial primary use. There are retail elements to it, as Mr. Burnett rightly points out. There's no leisure component, as far as I understand it. The pre-application red line boundary didn't include all of the allocation, so we did ask the pre-applicant to clarify what they were doing with the rest of the site. So there might be a slight issue here of if the red line brewery application doesn't enclose all of the sites, there might be a slight risk, I suppose, of what happens with the balance of it. I don't know whether Mr. Clark can confirm whether the brewery are buying all of the allocation boundary or not, or whether he doesn't want to reveal that now or not.
No, there's no issue. The contracted position is that the brewer are buying the whole of that site. They're buying the whole of the title that we own there. And I think the areas, there is quite a lot of landscaping still left actually on the site.
So sorry. Therefore, sir, I don't think there is a risk of if the brewery obtains a planning permission, then if that use is taken forward and put into practice, then the leisure use problem shouldn't therefore occur. If it sounds like the ownership transfer, if the ownership transfer occurs, it's all in the hands of the brewery. They said that they needed room to expand the brewery operation, so I don't think if all of that comes to pass, I don't think there's a leisure use risk. So I suppose if you wanted to recommend a change in the wording to exclude class 11, this is my colleague Ms. Mackay's patch, so I shouldn't really offer all these views, but Ms. Mackay, could you confirm that whether the council would be happy to, if the proposer is minded to delete class 11 leisure, would the council support such a change?
Yeah, I mean, given the proposal that's coming forward at the moment, you know, obviously that class 11 leisure isn't part of that proposal. The reasons for including leisure in the first place is that we were having, we accepted that business and office has been allocated for a long time, 20 plus years. It probably wasn't going to come forward for the reasons that Mr. Stott explained. And we tried to have a think about what other uses might be suitable on that site that might have a minimal impact upon the town centre. And leisure was one that came to mind, because often it does need a bigger floor space, for example, sort of climbing wall, or potentially, I know there is another live application within the retail park itself, but bigger things like bowling alleys, that sort of thing, where there might not also be space for it in the town centre. It's difficult to develop those sort of things, often in town or city centres. That's why leisure was put in as an option that was supported by the landowner. But like Mr. Stott says, given the current proposal, I'm not sure what Mr. Clark's feelings would be if we did possibly agree with the potential to drop leisure from the uses. And I think also we have to recognise that Mr. Burt has emphasised that there is opportunities within the retail park for mezzanine floors redevelopment, potentially change of use of existing buildings, but there isn't that same developable potential that there is, in the brand new site on Eastfield Way that we're discussing just now.
I'm going to ask Mr. Clark first, and then I'll come to you, Mr. Burnett, about what you think, because this is your site's interest, Mr. Clark.
I think in terms of, we're obviously committed to bringing forward the proposal with Black Isle Brewery. So from that regard, I'm not necessarily opposed to dropping the reference to leisure, but I do think, as I say, I think in terms of both the site and the plan and going forward, I think that the site's been vacant for a long time. We've worked hard with the council to come forward with a use that we think hopefully is acceptable and is more importantly deliverable. And as I say, I think that I do think it's a wee bit disappointing, that the retail park seemed to have a very protectionist approach to adjoining sites on the opposite side of the road.
Mr. Burnett.
Yeah, it's not a protectionist approach. It's just merely looking for some consistency. As I said, we've heard a lot from Mr. Stott today about objections to new floor space being developed within the commercial centre for footfall generating uses. So it seems to me entirely inconsistent to then allocate that leisure use to the site that's outside the boundary. I have no issue with the brewery proposal. It was simply about the class 11 allocation. It sounds like the landowners' representatives agree with that, so that would be satisfying my objection.
If you look at the developer requirements for the site, so what it does that the development brief doesn't do is it includes storage and distribution, which possibly is covered by business office site in the development brief. I haven't checked fully, but it also includes leisure and tourism uses. But then the final sentence requires a sequential assessment for any significant footfall development. So in that sense, it's not inconsistent with other allocations. It's requiring a sequential approach. So I presume the brewery doesn't require that, or does it? But is it necessary to remove the word leisure where the caveat for a sequential approach is there? Mr. Burnett, and then I'll come to yourself, Mr. Stott.
Well, it would be fine in my view to have that sequential point in the plan if the commercial centre itself is given sequential preference for the reasons I've said, that, you know, it's more sustainable in my view to look whether you can, you know, accommodate uses in existing buildings before you support the development of new buildings on a site that's never been developed before.
Thank you, Mr. Stott.
Yeah, so it's simply just to say again what's in the written case, that there was a new brewery has just opened in the city centre boundary, but it was too small a size. It couldn't accommodate. They couldn't produce the beer on site. So yeah, it just proves the argument that certain large format uses occur, and we need to find other sites. It's not necessarily very easy to find suitable sites for them within the town centre. So the Black Owl Brewery footprint of the development is fairly large. So that's why we considered that. Well, sorry, it's at pre-app at the moment, but we've given positive pre-app advice that we are supportive in principle of that type of use on the site. But you couldn't physically accommodate what they're after on any town centre site, and the other brewery proposal came into the same issues. So that, I think, is evidence of the problems of trying to fit that size and format of proposal into the centre.
But I just wonder, under Mr. Burnett's approach, would there be any accommodation for something like that in a commercial centre?
Yes, I mean, if you've got a large format store that can't reasonably be accommodated within the city centre, what I would like to see. I mean, we've allocated. We have tried our best to allocate for large format stores. We've given you a list earlier on today of the allocations which we think are suitable. So anything within the centres identified in the plan plus the allocation. So if we think there's we think this range of other allocations out with the centres should accommodate uses of this sort of type, and maybe the commercial centres, as say we are. If you think we've missed a commercial centre that is particularly suitable for a type of retail development, and you think the location of the commercial centres is particularly suitable, or there's a commitment from the landowner or the developer to put in the active travel links and the other improvements that will make it a better place, then yes, I mean, the council wouldn't rule that out. But say that's it's going over old ground now. But we think we've identified the commercial centres that are worthy of protection and to which new retail development should be directed. Sorry, a new build retail development. Happy that commercial centres still have their conversions, etc.
Mr. Burnett.
Yeah, just the obvious point that the sequential test only works from my point of view if the commercial centre is actually identified. It probably even makes less sense for the site to be allocated on the basis that it provides sustainable benefits to a commercial centre that the council won't identify exists. So there's a bit of an anomaly there as well. But just to repeat, my issue is only just about allowing leisure uses that might be more suited to existing buildings that could become vacant in the commercial centre. I don't think the brewery is classed as a leisure use, so I have no issue with that.
Thank you. Could I just confirm? So, Mr. Clark, you've said you have no issue with the use leisure being removed from the plan for this allocation. You've also said that you're not a planner or a surveyor by trade. So, Ms. Monroe, you're working on behalf of the client. Is that also your take?
Yeah, I would agree with it.
Thank you. Right. Would anybody else like to say anything else about Eastfield Way? No. Okay. In that case, there's any other matters? So does anybody have anything further that they would like to add or say in summary? I'll ask yourself, Mr. Burnett.
No, thank you, sir.
No. Mr. Pritchett.
Nothing from me, sir. No.
Okay. Ms. Monroe.
Nothing from me, thank you.
Mr. Clark.
Nothing from me, thanks very much.
Okay. Ms. Mackay.
Nothing from me.
Okay. And Mr. Stott.
Just so to ask if all parties will be given opportunity to sum up in writing or not.
I hadn't anticipated allowing that. For my purposes, this is a recorded, it's been a live stream. It's also been a recorded stream, so it's a record of what we've discussed. I have a very thorough written record as well, as I've been going through. Plus, I have 2 rounds of written responses. So for my purposes, I don't feel that there's any need for the written exchange on this matter or the matters we've discussed today.
So the only other thing then that hasn't been raised so far, and I don't think it's in the written case either, so it was just to ask you to refer to the town centre health check data. So the Mr. Pritchard and Mr. Burnett mentioned the lack of evidence from the council. One thing we have been able to do is the a 2022 summer 2022 town centre health check, but it wasn't just the town centre. It included the retail parks, included the Inverness Retail Park and Inches Retail Park and Telford Street. So I would ask you to consider the data within those 2022 town centre health checks, which are available via the council website. They were if you need a PDF copy, so they were. It was a council document in relation to the recent Dell of Inches appeal. So the DPA will already have a copy of the.
That's problematic. I don't, as I said to you before, in all of our work, we don't seek work or items, even if they've been submitted in another appeal to us. We can't seek that work out.
I see. So it was just a headline figures, if I may. Then so that town centre health check did conclude that the city centre had a higher vacancy rate than Inches Retail Park or the Inverness Retail Park. So the city centre vacancy rate was 12.6%. Inches at the time, summer 2022, was 0%, and the Inverness Retail Park was only 5.5%. So I think in terms of the town centre first principle, that gives you a bit of background data, I suppose, as to the health at that point in time. I would accept the things might have changed since, and obviously it doesn't give the demand side in retail capacity terms.
Mr. Burnett.
Yeah, it also doesn't reflect that the city centre's got hundreds of units in it. So comparing vacancy rates between the 2 locations is not the way to go, I would suggest.
Okay, are there any other matters? No, well, that concludes our hearing. In a moment, I'll formally close this session and leave the meeting. Before I do that, I'd like to thank all of you for your participation today and also give thanks to the DPA IT team who've run today's session and to Laura Walker for organising. So best wishes to you all. And if you have any questions about process or procedure, just get in touch. We'll proceed to continue with the examination. You've got another hearing for the council coming up in September, and then we'll proceed to finish off our findings. Any questions? No? Okay, well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Bye.